Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Stream Elements. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds. Welcome in and thanks for joining today SMC My. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Duke the Coder. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Rugmat. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Rugmat. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Nafra. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Code with CM.
Hello, hello. We're here. We're ready to start.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today SMC_me_R.
Rugmat bot. Find missing streamer. Hey, listen, I put in an announcement.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today
Technicals here too. We got technical code with Sean, Nafron, Rugmat Bot May, Doug the Coder. Good to see you all. Quick hello before you go make dinner. All right, thanks, Doug the Coder. Appreciate it. Doog the Coder. Why is this so loud? Is that loud for everybody? It's just loud for me. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? What's new? We have a late start. Of course. But, I mean, that's just how I roll. Announcement was sent 1 minute before time start. True, May. But there was an announcement before the usual stream start. So, in my defense, that's good enough. That should be good enough. Normal start, just long starting soon. Yeah, I did that on purpose too. Okay? How about that? Captions making no sense today. Long intro instead of late start. Right. Late start to seeing my face. Okay? All right. Let's get this all rolling here, right? Why don't we? Still a dance? Of course there's still a dance, Rugmat. Of course. Yeah, I know. I hear you. Hope you're doing well. Just doesn't stop me from teasing. I know. I mean, it's par for the course, right? It's what happens here. You all love the troll. Give a little razzing, a little razzle dazzle. Building up the excitement. Yeah. What's up, workout?
Today workout 2025.
No Bauer. We got him a new bed though. Look at that. The other one was all beat up and nasty. Also, he did a little accident on it. TMI? What else is new? This is one way to do it. Just move the camera. Who was that? Code with Sean, thank you for that. Matrix movement, baby. Claps in chat. Awkward stairs. There he is. The man of the hour. What's up, sleepy boy? Say hi. Can I get a paw? Yeah. That a boy. We got a little thigh action there. Oh, hey, oh. Whoa. Showing a little too much skin on the stream today. Excuse me.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Clarkio.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. Thanks for welcoming me.
Thanks for joining today.
For free.
2066.
For free, Slugger. For free. Welcome in, everybody. Happy to have you here. Clarkio Shenanigan Show every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on twitch.tv/ClarkIO and youtube.com/ClarkIO. If you're watching on either, be sure to drop a follow, like, and subscribe. Thank you. Appreciate that. Free support. If you enjoy the stream and you haven't done so already, that's a great way to support the stream for free. And that's the way I like it. Free. I'm your host, Clarkio. And let me give you the rundown of what we're going to do today. We're going to start off just chatting, talking about wins of the week. If you don't know what that is, !WOTW in the chat to find out more about that. But the short of it is, think of something positive that happened to you this week. Share it with us, and we'll celebrate together. Then we get into Wordle connections, very briefly. It's a quick little thing. And then we get into the technical segment of the show, which what we've been doing for the past several streams now has been working on enhance the words on stream gaming experience. We have built out a web tool that people can use right now. If you go to clarkio.com/WOS-assist, ASS. Well, that button wasn't hidden. ASSISST. WOS-assist. Okay? clarkio.com/WOS hyphen A S S I S S T. There you go. All right. That's what we've been building. And then we were working on a chat bot, which we got working last stream. I worked on it a little bit off stream, so I'll catch you all up on that when we get to that segment of the show. And then we'll see what other stuff we're going to add to it here. Okay. So let's get into wins of the week. Let me know what that is. What yours is. Let me know what wins of the week is. I have no idea. I don't know why I'm even talking about it. What is it? What's wins of the week? Let me know what it is, chat. I have somebody told me to say it. It's right here in the show notes. Wins of the week. Just say that and people will know. But I have no idea. You think they would tell me? I'm the host of the show. Jim, people haven't heard from you in a while. I haven't addressed you on stream, live, quite some time, Jim. You've been good with getting the music going, the camera shots for the intro, but I don't understand these show notes. Wins of the week. You're supposed to tell me what that is. Jim. Yay, Jim. Rugmat says. My wins of the week. 1, my mother is here. Picked her up from the airport this morning. Glad to have her here and visiting. Always a good time. We have a competition this weekend for my oldest that she flew in to come see and support my kiddo, her grandchild with. What else is going on? My head's hurting actually right now. Oh my gosh. I don't normally get like headaches or migraines, but there's like this really sore pain right here right now. What else? I got a good last night I didn't get a lot of sleep. I got like 5.5 hours, but throughout the week I've gotten 7 or near 7 hours ish, between 6 and 7 on a pretty consistent basis, so that's always a win. I'm gonna call that out. What else? The family's happy and healthy. They didn't get COVID from me, so that's another win. I'm very glad that didn't happen. What else is going on? Work's going good. Work has been hectic. I don't know if you all been paying attention to the cybersecurity space. That's where the space that I work in the tech industry. And there's been a lot of attacks going on, pretty big ones. We can talk about that a little bit. Speaking of work, shout out to my company, Sneak, SNYK, that I work for, and my leadership, hashtag not sponsored, endorsed, or anything like that. But they do afford me the time on Friday afternoons to do the stream and keep my skills up with this. So very much appreciated for that. Shout out to them. You can check it out at snyk.io. Ella, I can imagine you're hating all the supply chain. Exactly, technical. There's been a mad scramble. The past 2 weeks, I've written 2 blog posts, made 2 videos on it, and like all that goes into getting that together and trying to get all the right information and make sure we're accurate, make sure we're fast, but we got to be accurate, and you don't want to be doing things wrong or saying things the wrong way. It's a lot, but I it's kind of fun too. Fun in the sense of like, you're providing value to people that are like worried about this incident going on, providing value to your company too, right? Like in this situation. So it feels good. Like I feel needed. I feel like I'm actually contributing in a very positive and impactful way, and fun in the chaos way. Yeah. Like it is hectic, it's stressful, but it's like it feels good too to like get through it together as a team. Like that's the other thing, is like just seeing everybody come together and work and be very gracious with each other, and work through figuring this stuff out, when they're happening. So definitely grateful for that. I really like, I know I sound like a broken record, and I think my leadership is tired of me saying it too, but like I love working here. I love my job. I feel very fortunate and grateful for it, and I'm like constantly thinking like, pinch me and wake me up, because it feels too good to be true type of thing. So yeah, I just want to put those positive vibes out there, and I hope, like, I've been in other jobs and positions where things have been good, and I don't have really a ton to complain about, but this has been the best, and I'm just trying to bask in that moment with it, and really truly absorb that time while I have it, because it's not going to last forever. So yeah, that's another win. Let's call that out, right? Technical says, I'm hating it. Feels like every day I have to check our dependencies. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's an ever-growing worm-like attack that's going on out there. Speaking of, I gotta show you all. So if you're not familiar with the attack that's going on, very briefly, there is a NPM supply chain attack. So essentially malicious actors were able to get control over or maybe a handful of npm packages and access to publish new versions of that with their malicious code in it. Okay, and then they built it out in such a way that it grows and expands to other npm packages once it's able to compromise other people. So the idea is they get their hands on at least one semi-popular npm package that's out there by various means. Like we've seen in the past few weeks, like one popular maintainer and author got caught with a phishing attack, and then their credentials were compromised by the attacker, and then they were able to get access to all the packages that this maintainer had access to, which was a prolific developer in the community. So they had a lot of access to a lot of popular packages in the ecosystem. And then the attackers were able to inject malicious code into those packages, publish a new version with that malicious code. And then thankfully in that situation, it was just like somebody targeting crypto. I say thankfully because that limited the exposure. It's not necessarily a good thing for people that do work in that space and maybe lost some money as a result of that. I'm very sorry for that situation, but in the grand scheme of things, it was like a limited scope. Whereas this latest series of attacks that have been going on for the past week or so, it's a very wide scope, and it just like is built to expand to other packages. So anyway, that's kind of like what I don't think we know just yet exactly how the initial attack happened, or like how they were compromised. We may know that. I just might not be personally up to speed with it because I've just been scattered all over the place with working on things related to this. So assume it's something like a phishing attack, or they were able to get somebody's credentials to publish a package that was fairly popular, and then further expanded their foothold into other packages once people downloaded that also have publishing privileges in their packages, because the whole npm ecosystem is pretty intertwined, wiry spaghetti mesh of dependencies, depending on other dependencies and that type of thing. It's very tightly coupled in that way, even though it's got that whole like piecemeal decentralized mentality and approach to things. A lot of things depend on other things. And so anyway, once you get a crack in that system, you're able to expand beyond that fairly easily. So in any case, that's what's been going on. And that's what leads to the situation of like people are like, I don't know what dependencies of ours might be impacted, what might not. And the general advice I give people is use a tool, whatever it may be, a security tool, to help you manage that, especially in this ecosystem, in the JavaScript ecosystem, because of the way it's built out. Not to say it's the only one like this, like Python is fairly similar, and a couple other ones out there I hear of that I'm not as familiar with, but are similar in this way. But in any case, have a tool to help you manage and give you better scope and understanding of your dependencies, because to manually do that yourself as a single developer, even a team of developers, it's just I would say nearly impossible to do without having some software to automate it for you. So use whatever tool works best for you. Obviously, I'm going to be biased towards the company I work for, Sneak. I think it's a great tool. It's part of why a reason why I looked to come work here in the first place. I was using it myself on my own side projects, and but there are plenty of tools out there that might check more boxes for you or whatever it may be. I'm not going to push you or try to sell you on ours necessarily. I think it's great. So anyway, that's what's been going on. You love the Dune reference in most recent one. Yes, so that's what I was going to bring up technical. So I made a quick, like more of a private video, not private in the sense of like it can't be public, but more of a like tailored towards people that use Sneak already video to like demonstrate what you can do to find out if you're impacted by this Shai Hulud attack that's going on. That's kind of the name, the nomenclature, what is being dubbed in a broader scheme of things of what this attack is being called. But honestly, it's like a combination of attacks that seem to be happening. We don't know for sure. I don't know for sure if it's from one attacker or attack group that's doing all this, or it's a combination of attacks that are related. It seems like they're related, like it's from the same because they're taking a similar or same approach to other recent supply chain attacks that we had in the past couple weeks. So it seems to be an expansion upon that. In any case, the Shai Hulud reference, which admittedly I know of Dune, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. It seems like that's how I've heard other people pronounce it. Is like a reference to the movie Dune. There's like this worm in there, and that's why the attackers kind of been using that nomenclature and as part of their naming of things that they do as a result of the attack. And so that's kind of why it's being dubbed that, in case you weren't aware of that. So really quick, the reason why I want to bring that up is I asked our editing team to get me a thumbnail pretty quick related to this so that we can use it on YouTube for this video, which we didn't publish publicly. It is public in the sense of like you can get it via an unlisted link, but we wanted to embed it in the blog post that we have covering the incident that's going on, where we put active updates to. And the thumbnail, I gotta get it over to this computer so I can show you. The thumbnail they originally created, they must have looked up, or they might be Dune fans, was really well done. It was a little over the top for a company thumbnail related to this incident. So I'm going to show you all. You're going to get a sneak peek, no pun intended there, on that. But it is not being used. We put a more toned down version for the actual thumbnail on the blog post. I got to show you all this because it made me laugh. Like I was like, this is really good, but we it's a little over the top for this purpose here. So let me get it, bring it up. Just a moment. Alright, you ready, chat? Can I make this full screen? Alright, you ready? Oh, let me turn that words on stream stuff off for a second here. Look at this freaking thing. Doesn't that thing look gnarly? What do you think, chat? Jeez, looks pro? Yeah, they're very good. They're very good. I was like, I told them, I was like, this is awesome, but we really need to tone it down for the purposes of this video. Like, that looks sick. But no, we can't go with that for this one right now. We need more of a, like, clean corporate kind of feel to it. So, anyway, thought you all would get a kick out of that. I certainly did. I shared it with my immediate team, and they seem to like it too. So yeah. What's this clip you sent me, Rugmat? Does the graphic artist do any side work? I could use some help on something I'm working on. You know, I don't know if they necessarily made that worm themselves. That's a good question, Code Sean. Earthworm corporate, not nightmare corporate. Yeah, technical. All right, what's this clip? Why can't I hear it? Okay. ASS. Thanks, Rugmat. Good clip. What the heck? Go away, menu. I just lost half a chat there. I'll ping in a bit in Discord. What? Oh, okay. Yep. All right. Wins of the week, though, chat. What do you got? What else do you got? I think I shared most of my wins of the week. We covered them all. I'm excited for this weekend. We're doing a little road trip for this competition with the kiddos and their grandmother, my mom, and some other family might join up and see. What else? I think that's about it. That's about it. Things are good. Can't complain. I'm not sick anymore. That's another win. Technicals shared their win of the week was they're tiling their bathroom, and other than a broken tile, it's going well. That's good. Congrats on that. That's a huge endeavor, right there, in my opinion. Congrats on that, and thank you for sharing technical. Just making sure I'm not getting pinged on anything. What else we got? Rugmat did win of the week. No. Oh, May's got a win of the week. Is in Discord. Feel free to share that. Okay, yeah, let me see. Oh, yeah, you shared this earlier, I think, right? Earlier in the week. May shared a picture. They went to the Texans football game, which was super cool. You want me to show the image, May? Is that what you're saying with that? Any other wins of the week? Rugmat redeemed stand up. We don't have those capabilities right now. Give you your money back. Monday night if you want to. Is that zoomed in too much, or? There we go. I can see it better now. So this is May.
Rugmat wants you to hydrate.
Oh, I can do that. Thanks, Rugmat.
Rugmat wants you to stretch.
We could do that too, Rugmat. So this is May's win of the week. She went to the Texans game. Unfortunately, they lost, but I feel like it was a good game, May. Like, it was a good game. It was a close game. Texans played the Bucks, right? Did I find you? No. How am I supposed to find you in this? I have no idea what you look like, May. I just know SMC May. That's all I know about you, May. I can't tell. The photo is kind of trippy or tricky. You know what I mean? Because, like, is this a screen up here on the top? And then this is a picture of, like, what was on television, maybe? Or, like, from your point of view? Can you elaborate on that a little bit more, maybe, May? Till the very end. Did I miss any other wins of the week in the chat while I'm waiting to hear back from May there? Corporate. Read all that. Yay, Jim. Yes, the video board is at the top. Okay. So, like, you took this image of that part of the stadium? Is that correct? So you're somewhere in this lower half of the picture, because this is the screen. Or are we supposed to guess from the perspective of the image? I have no idea. I'm not going to be able to find it. Yes, the video board is at the top. Okay. That's what makes it trippy, you know what I mean? It's kind of like an optical illusion, almost. The ropes in the picture is for the net. I sit behind the ropes. Okay. So you're behind one of the goalposts. You gotta be like right up in here somewhere, or on the other side, I guess. But yeah, that's awesome, May. You got great seats then. I mean, being at the game in general is gonna be fun, right? Like, I imagine you tailgate beforehand. I'm 5 rows up from the field, sit behind the. That's sick. That's freaking awesome, May. So you must be screaming and yelling. You're right. You're right in the mix of things. That's awesome. I normally go. I think I've told you all before. Like, I normally go on a football trip with my dad. In fact, he's actually on that trip right now. He just left today to go to it. You're gonna see. I think it's they're seeing one of the LA teams. I think the Chargers or the Rams. So I think I've told you all. They go to a different city every year to go watch that team play, and they root for that home team typically, unless the Jets are playing, or some of them are Giants fans. And have a good time exploring that new city, exploring the, hanging out with the fans of that city and that type of thing. And it's a good time. I've been with them on a couple of the trips so far. I chose not to go on this one because we had my kiddo's first competition, so I wasn't gonna miss that. Need to be there to support her. Workout says I'm a Lions fan. It's rough. Why is it rough? I mean, maybe you're not doing as hot this season, but I think they'll turn it on. You have the right players still. You have the right coaches still. You're still in the mix. You could be a Jets fan, like me. You could be a Jets fan. Okay? Or you could be I was just going to say, you could be a Browns fan. Slugger beat me to it. You could be a Browns fan where you like just have no hope. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Some of the other middle of the road teams, like they know maybe they're in a rebuilding phase. You know, they have some type of hope to look forward to. But there's none of that with the Jets. I feel like there's none of that with the Browns either. Sometimes kind of with the Browns. I feel like the Browns have been better than the Jets. Who else is kind of bad but doing okay? The Giants. I feel like the Giants could be doing better. I'm not necessarily a Giants fan, but like if I had to root for a team and the Giants are in that game, I'll likely root for the Giants, being a New York fan in general. But if they're playing the Jets, I'm rooting for the Jets. Yeah, I feel like, but yeah, the Lions, man, you guys got a good team. You're in the mix of playoffs. The past 2 seasons, you're likely going to be in the mix of that this season too. I know they're off to what? Like they're off to a pretty rough start, I think, right? They're not looking as hot as normal, but I don't know. It's just the beginning of the season. People jump to conclusions too soon in the beginning. There's still a long season ahead. The other thing is you could always be a Cowboys fan. They're 1-1. Yeah, like come on, 1-1. They're not 0-2. The Chiefs are 0-2, and I'm not worried about the Chiefs either. My brother-in-law is a big Chiefs fan, so I'll root for them just because of that. But if it wasn't for him, I would not. Like, the Chiefs are turning into the Patriots. The Chiefs are the Patriots of this, I don't know, decade, if you will. Anytime a team starts winning it too many times in a row, I'm like, all right, come on. You know? We've had enough. We need new blood. We need a change. Being too dominant. Texans are 0-2. Yeah, but the Texans. So that's the thing, May. I still think the Texans are a pretty good team. You still have hope. Heck, they made the playoffs last year, right? Or they just missed it. They lost the first game or something like that. Didn't they knock the Cowboys out last season? Was it them? Who was it? The Cowboys were like, here's the thing. You could be a Cowboys fan. I don't know if it's worse.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Dylan Carr.
Hey, what's up, Dylan? What's that icon next to your name, Dylan? You got a little game. Video Games Day. What's Video Games Day? Did I miss that? I'm a Cowboys fan. What are we talking about? We're talking about NFL. Because May shared that she went to the Texans game. She's got season tickets. And that was her win of the week, so we were talking about that. Video Game Day. I had to share a clip to social media. Oh, that's cool. I like that little icon that you got next to your name. Oh yeah, I saw May's post in your day. Okay, yeah. So we were just talking about that. We're talking about wins of the week. If you got a win of the week, Dylan, feel free to drop it in the chat. We'll celebrate with you. You know the drill. Brugman, I know we hydrated. We will do the stretch shortly. You're telling me to sit down. I'm already sitting down, sir. So what we were saying about being a Cowboys fan, I'm a Jets fan, and I was saying, you know, because Workout 2025, which is Ordinary Gamer, for those that remember or don't remember, was saying that they're a Lions fan, and it's rough, and I'm like, dude, I mean, if you were telling me, you know, if we were in the midst of like, what was it, 5 years ago when they were like, they had that long ass stretch of like being terrible, absolutely feel for you in here. Like I hear that, like that it is rough being a Lions fan, but like being a Lions fan the past couple of years, like what is it, 3, 4, maybe even 5 years? Like you've had a lot to look forward to with Dan Campbell. Heard recently that the Lions had highest ticket prices. Wow, I mean, good for them. That's awesome. So yeah. But I mean, I hear you. I'm not trying to like knock you. Like you have higher hopes, higher expectations for your team. I totally get that. Workout 2025. So, but in any case, so then I start getting into like how, I'm a Jets fan. It could be worse. I'm a Jets fan. But then I'm kind of thinking like, is it? I don't know. What do you all think? Is it worse to be like a Jets or a Browns fan right now, or a Cowboys fan? Because I feel like, and the reason I bring this up is like I feel like the Cowboys fans are constantly getting almost teased and taunted by the team, because there's always like they have these great players and they have this promising team and like outlook on the season, and then just shit happens and they're just like bad. Like things go wrong or they lose the first round in the playoffs. What the heck, like I don't know if that's worse. I don't know. I feel like that there's an argument to be made that it might be worse to be a Cowboys fan or a fan of a team in that situation where you constantly feel like you have hope and promise, and you're just every season let down. Like you should be doing better, and they should be doing better, and they're not for you. What's the deal? So what do you all think? May says Texans won wildcard round versus Chargers and lost the Chiefs in divisional round. Okay, I misremembered that. Thank you, May, for correcting it. Dylan says we only did well when Romo got hurt and the second string quarterback carried them until Romo got healthy again and choked in the playoffs. Yeah. Dylan also said Dak came out looking real good in his first season and has dropped off each season. Yeah, man. Like he's like just has these flashes of being really good, and then he's just too inconsistent, I think, is his problem. And I don't know what's causing that, what's contributing to that. Like if there's personal stuff, just like the way he mentally deals with the stress of being in that role, on that team. Like maybe here's the other thing about this that I've certainly learned and recognized being a Jets fan is quarterbacks in the right area, in the right position and environment, can really do well even if they do poorly on another team first. Jets have this habit of like getting these great quarterbacks but not developing them to play great for the Jets. They just develop them for the next team that they're going to go play on. Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, like the most recent examples of that. Like why is it that those guys did not have that kind of success that they're having like now when they were with the Jets? And now they're good quarterbacks. Are they freaking breaking records or anything? No, I'm not. They're not like at that level necessarily, but they could develop into that. Like they're trending in a positive way to be even possibly in that level of a quarterback. They're winning games, they're playing well, and making some mistakes here and there, like a typical quarterback will do. But why is that not happening when they play for the Jets? Like the Jets are like they're the pre-step to the rest of their actual career. You know what I mean? What the hell? Dylan says, yeah, very inconsistent. Workout. I haven't checked all the schedules yet. Cowboys fans are loyal though. Yes. Yeah. The Cowboys fans definitely are loyal. When I was a kid, I was a huge Cowboys fan. But I was like, I'm not going to stick with that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what got instilled. I don't feel like it was my dad or any family member that was like, hey, you can't root for them. Nobody ever said that to me, but there's just something about like you root for your home team type of thing. Like that's where you're from. That's your roots. Like, So, and like I grew up being a Cowboys fan, but also a Jets fan. And I was a Jets fan because that's what my family was a fan of type of thing. It's like Mets, Jets, Islanders is typically how it goes. I'm not as big and Knicks. And I'm not as big into baseball as I used to be when I was a kid. So I kind of am just like, you know, I don't really enjoy. I like going to baseball games. I don't enjoy watching it so much. Although it's gotten better now that they put the timer on pitches. I don't know if that's good overall for the game and the players necessarily, but from an entertainment perspective and viewer perspective, it feels better to me. And then when it comes to hockey, I would say I only, like, as a kid, I wasn't that big of a hockey fan. I had gone to, like, my dad had, like, I don't know, had a friend that maybe had tickets that wasn't going to go, and they're like, hey, you want them, type of thing. And we did those situations, I believe it happened. And I would see the Islanders play. I've seen the Rangers play a couple times too. And I enjoyed going to those, like, typically, I mean, those of you that are sports fans, you go to, like, pretty much any sporting event, and you're gonna have a pretty good time. You're gonna be entertained. You're gonna be like, wow, this is cool. And I did enjoy hockey as a kid, but I never got into it to where I would watch it on TV quite a bit. And so the reason I'm bringing that up is, like, I went a long span of time without really being a true fan of the game until probably my college years, where a buddy of mine was, like, really into hockey, and he was like, you got to at least watch playoff hockey. So I would watch playoff hockey with him, and I was like, holy crap, man, like, this is intense, and it's super exciting to watch. Like, how do people not, why is this not more popular? You know? And ever since then, I've been hooked to the point where now, like, over the past several years, I've been watching even, like, regular season games. Now, do I have a team I necessarily pick? Not really. Like, I'll root for the Islanders because, again, like I said, I have my roots there, that type of thing. And the Rangers. And then I'll root for, like, the Florida Panthers or the Lightning. But I wouldn't say, like, I'm a diehard fan, or, like, I really, like, I'll be disappointed if those teams don't win, or, you know, win. And the Panthers have been winning the cup, you know, so there's that as well, which has been cool to see. But, like, I wouldn't count myself as, like, an actual fan. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. And then NBA's dropped off for me. There's a long backstory to that where I'm just not as into it. I love college basketball. I don't like professional basketball. I don't find it as entertaining, and I've gotten put off for a number of reasons by that. So there's that. Dylan says, was a Rays fan. Okay, yep. Slugger says, gotta check out a Savannah Bananas game. I've seen clips. I have not watched, but I hear you. Yeah, Dylan says those are a hoot. AAA baseball games are much more fun to go to versus majors, in my opinion. Yeah, it seems that way. I've heard about all the little, like, mascots and team names, and, like, how, like, local communities really get behind their local teams that way, and it seems really cool. I like seeing that kind of stuff, that's happening, especially in times like this. So hopefully there's more of that and that grows. May says, back when we had a hockey team, I would go, and they were so much fun to watch live. Would you know? Well, if you're a Texans fan, are you not a Dallas Stars fan, maybe? Or is that, like, that's blasphemy for Texans, for your area? Is there, like, a rivalry between Dallas and Houston? Workout says, I still can't believe the Mavs got the #1 pick. Did they? Yeah, I don't. That's the thing. Like, I kind of half hear things every now and then about NBA, but I don't follow it to that level. I heard about the what's his name? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. The dude that was on the Mavs that was like really good, and they traded him away. May says yes, rivalry. Okay, my bad, May. My bad. I won't bring it up again. Dylan says, I was a Mavs fan only when they had their good run. Might as well root for Dallas while that was going on as a Cowboy. I got you. Yeah. Derek something? No. He's on the Luka. Yeah, Luka. Workout got it. Yeah, he's on the Lakers now. So they traded him, and that gave them the first round pick, right? So maybe they're just playing the long game with that, but I feel like that's your star player. You know, it's like a franchise player almost. You know, I don't know how that necessarily plays out in the NBA, but yeah. Wow, we've been talking that long. We got another ad already. My bad, chat. It's good conversation though. You got me all fired up on this stuff. Got me all fired up. I love talking shop about well, I don't know if it's talking shop, but I love talking about sports and stuff. This is a fun time of the year. That's again another win of the week. Even though I shared it last week, is like football's in full go. We're in the thick of it now, going into week 3. Very happy about that. I play fantasy football, and that makes it a lot of fun. Well, the thing is, I don't have as much time as I used to manage a fantasy football team, so I don't do nearly as good as I used to. But I still enjoy it, and it still keeps me connected with people that I don't get to see very often as well. Dylan says, I was thinking Dirk Nowitzki. Yep.
Followed. Thank you for the follow to Anti-1001.
Hey, thank you for that, NG.
And I was about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Dylan says, dang, that was 2011. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, I'm just checking work. Got announcements going through. All right, if you're just tuning in, we're in the just chatting phase of the stream right now where we talk about wins of the week. We got deep into conversation about sports. Thanks to May's win of the week that she shared where she went to the Texans game. If you have wins of the week, drop them in the chat. If you don't know what that is, !WOTW in the chat. But I think we're transitioning over to the next segment of the show. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by work stuff, but I need to be on top of work stuff, so just heads up on that. All right, next up we're going to do is Wordle. Now, you don't want to give me the answer. You don't want to help me in any form or fashion because we are competing, actually. The idea is if I can guess the word in 3 or less guesses, I get a point. And if it takes me more than that, you all get a point. And if I fail completely, you all get 3 points, which I don't want to let that happen. It's only happened, once or twice before? Oh, we got to do the stretch, too. So before we do that, let's stretch. Thanks to Rugmat for requesting this. Shout out to Rugmat. Head on over to the gym. Get our stretch on. All right. Follow along at home, wherever you are, or, in the office. Don't worry, you won't look silly doing this. Just tell them you're taking care of yourself. You're trying to be healthy. You're sitting in a chair or whatever you're doing, you got to move around a little, okay? You can do the sitting or standing. You can put your arms out parallel to the floor. You're going to push them back behind your back slightly so you feel a little tension in the chest. And you're going to make a thumbs up. And you're going to rotate that thumb down. And rotate back up. Do it one more time. All right. It's good. How'd that feel? Shake it out. Shake it out. All right, now we're going to do the carpal tunnel one where you're going to push against your hands together against each other, but back to back and bend at the wrist. And hold that there for a few seconds. Good timing for an ad. All right, shake that out, then clasp your hands, push them away from you, and roll your shoulders forward. By the way, a lot of these stretches I learned at a past job from a former colleague, Alison Krug. She did this on stage in front of like a huge audience too. It was very cool. Got everybody to stretch. All right, and then clasp your hands behind your back and pull them back away from you. Oh, my back just cracked a little too. This is a good stretch right there. All right, Rugmat, thank you for redeeming that. I'm gonna mark it as done. And switch back over to here, and then we're gonna do Wordle now. All right, Wordle time. All right, always guess. First guess is Shart now. Oh, we got 3 letters on that. If you're not familiar with Wordle, it's a new 5-letter word every 24 hours. You got to guess it in 6 or less guesses. You get hints along the way, and the hints I got in my first guess is that S and H are not in it. That's what the gray background means. A, R, and T are in the word, but in the incorrect position. So I'm going to move these around to try and get them in the right spot, guessing the correct word. I'm almost feeling like artsy could be it. but I know S is not in it. That's not a good guess. That's not a good guess. I need something like farty. Can you imagine if that's the word? That would be the closest we've ever gotten to. Because I used those of you that have been around long enough know, but for the newbies out there, I used to always guess the first word as farts. But we learned that since New York Times took over this game, those buttheads, they made it so that plural words can never actually be the word. Even though it's an accepted word to submit, it'll never be the actual word of the day for Wordle. If it's a plural word or past tense, I think. There's a couple other rules that I forget. But that bummed me out, which is why I switched to using shark, because there's a higher likelihood of that becoming the word of the day than farts. That is quite the pro tip. Yeah, you didn't know that. Yeah, I used to always guess. I used to start off with farts every time going, and then I learned that plural is not accepted. Ed's done. All right, welcome back, Technical. We're starting to do Wordle. I was talking about some tips there. I always start with farts, or I used to always start with farts, and I switched to shart in hopes that there's a higher likelihood of that being the actual word one day. All right, so Tarpey. I played Wordle every day when it was first getting popular. Stopped playing with New York Times, took it over, just getting back into playing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they kind of just diminished the experience when they took over the game. They started doing the whole thing where, like, you used to be able to see your history and stats and all that stuff, which is why I built out the Discord Wordle bot in the Discord. Speaking of, !Discord if you want to join up there and share your results. We have a dedicated Wordle channel in there where we share results, and my bot.
Thanks for joining today's live.
Hey, thanks for having me again. The Discord bot will capture your results and store them in the database for you and keep all your stats together. And if you'd like to see those stats, you can opt in to have those shown in the leaderboard if you go to clarkio.com/Wordle. I'll show you really quick. Wordle. Here's the table. Rugmat has got me beat by 7 wins now. I was ahead of Rugmat. Rugmat's just on a hot streak. And I'm on a losing streak. So, if you'd like to get these kind of stats and keep track of it, you join the Discord, share your Wordle results daily, or whenever you play in the Wordle channel. Average temps 4.17. I know, look at us. Right there. Bam. Ba-bam. What's that icon you got? Clips leader. You're the clips leader, Rugmat, in the channel. That's pretty cool to see. Alright, no more procrastinating. Is it Earth? I feel like that's a good second guess here. Dang, you build out a bot for my channel? Rugmat that gets the most recent clip? Thanks. That's cool. It notified you after today's clip. That's cool, Rugmat. Alright, I'm going with Earth. Ooh, oh, okay. I gotta be able to get this. It's water. It's water. It's gotta be water, right? It could be tater. Tater tot. Oh, no. Oh, man. All right, right now I got a 50-50 chance. Unless it could be later. No. Oh, no. I got a 30% chance of getting this right. 1 out of 3. Later. Is there any other ones? Tater. Oh, no. This could be really bad. This could be like I fail it if there's too many options here. You fell for the same predicament, Technical? Oh, no. Is it dater? Like, no. I don't think water's been the word yet. I'm going to go with my first instinct and guess water. All right, I'm going to close my eyes. No! Man, I thought I was going to get a point this week. All right. I doubt...
And thanks for joining today's Wordly answer is...
Not water. Rugmat, how do you get that to do that? Do you just sign into it? It's later? It's later. Oh, man, chat. You're lucky. You get a point. You lucky little punks. Ugh. All right, let me show you the Discord again. Exclamation point Discord. Oops. Why is it just jumping? Stop it, Windows 11. What the heck? This update sucks. I'm going to say it. Let me go ahead and say it. It sucks. Go to the Wordle channel. I hide my results since people know what my starting word is, but you don't feel obligated to do that. And then for whatever reason, the bot does this to me. I don't know if it does this to anybody else, where it flashes like it got the check there and then it goes away. It's supposed to give me this. And I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe if I save it, or if I delete it, post it again. The bot's been acting wonky lately. There we go. And that's how you know it captured your results into the database, and then you can choose to opt in with the opt-in opt command in here. Opt in, and if you decide later on, no, you don't want to, you can opt out. Okay? You can also do like stats, unknown command stats. What? I don't remember. Hi, Rugmat. What are the commands in here, chat? Do we remember? Commands? Unknown commands. Recent? What was it? I don't even remember. Words? Results. That's it. Results. That shows you my most recent result, but I can say results, and then I can be like my first one. No results found. Results first. How did I do it? Results 1000. So basically, it looks for that game number for you. But what do I do first? I forget my own commands to my own bot. Thanks, Nafron, for the round of applause. I can log into multiple accounts, so it's always logged in. Ah, okay. Oof, you hate to see it. You had it up there. I know, I did. Firefox container tabs. Nice. Nice, nice. I'm glad I didn't go like all, because a lot of times when you have the like all the letters except the first one, and there's a lot of options. Help. Results 100. Not found. I should probably add a help command in there, right? So I can remember my own commands for it. First. Last. Recent. Why? Invalid command. Alright, you get the idea. You get the idea, chat, okay? I'll have to look up those though. Alright, that was Wordle. Now we can play connections together. Flashbang. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. Alright, what do we see? So for this, if you've never played it before, you got to find 4 words that are connected together somehow by a category or whatever. Oh, clip is in there. Towel, sweat. Wait. Score, rank, grade. And rate? That could be one, right? Yes! Evaluate. Okay. So you get the idea for those of you that maybe haven't played before. Mascara. Dye your hair. Or dye blush. Like makeup stuff. Put a hair clip in, maybe? I don't know. Sweat, fidget, pace, and blush. Things like when you're like embarrassed or nervous or anxious. Exhibit nervousness. Okay, I got that one. Trail, pace, nose, stockings. Things that run. Your nose runs, stockings can run, trail run, and not pace. Mascara can run. What? It said one away, so we got one of these wrong. What could it be? Die runs? Let's try die. Not stockings? Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna try it like this. Okay, there we go. Things that can run annoyingly. That's messed up. And this is another reason why the New York Times sucks. You were close, Coach Sean. They do that on purpose. That's part of the game, but like that's they're gonna add the annoyingly in there. Just to get people to like get caught up on the trail run, you know? Alright, what do we think this last one is though? Owl, clip, tiger, trail. Things with stripes in them or something? Or fur? Not a clue. Yeah, same here. Paper? Paper trail. Paper tiger. Paper towel. Paper clip. What? Paper tiger? What the heck's paper tiger have to do with anything? Paper tiger. See, that's not fair. What the hell is a paper tiger? What is paper tiger? Paper Tigger? Tiger? I don't know. I don't know about that one. That was not a good connections in general. Not a good one. Not a good one. Apparently it's an idiom. I think it's Paper Tiger is a song. That's all I got. I mean, that's better. That's a little niche. A paper tiger is a Chinese idiom referring to something that appears powerful and threatening, or is actually weak, ineffective, or harmless. Looks mean, but tears are easy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Today I learned something new. All right, that brings us into the technical portion of today's show. I need to get set up for that though a little bit. I need to pull in my code space. Was I working in the code space for this? Yes. Connect to tunnel. Connect to code space. So what I've been doing is I've been reviewing the code and I've been using AI to review the code and make necessary changes to harden the security of things. Have you added or deleted words yet, Count? No, May. I will for sure let you know when I do though, and I appreciate you continuing to bring it, you know, keep it on my radar. That does help. Let's see what the word count is though. We can do that. Open up one of those tabs, a million tabs that I have open. What do you say we close some of these tabs today, chat? How about we do that? Let's go and have some. Let's have a little tab therapy. Okay, we're gonna go through these tabs that we don't need anymore. We're gonna let them go. We're just gonna set them free, get them out of our minds. Say bye bye, peace out. We're declaring tab bankruptcy and we're gonna clean it all up. Okay, like this one. I don't need this Terso one right now. I can always come back to it. The repo for it. Everybody say bye. Bye. We don't need that one. That's good. Need a little therapeutic energy there. We don't need those repo open right now either. We don't. What's this? Localhost 3000. Close a random tab. I'm doing that right now. Boom. I know we need to add that command. I have that. I still have that one there. I still have the one that you put in from 21 days ago. I'm giving you your points back. Thank you for the reminder. We're closing this tab now, okay? We can close this one. This one can be closed too. I don't know why I have it up. We can close that one. Purple docs, we don't need that anymore. Say bye-bye. Thank them for their service and let them go. Marie Kondo style, yes. You don't bring me joy anymore. This one might bring me some joy, but we don't need to look it up right now. This is GitHub Spec Kit. You all should check this out. I'm gonna drop this in there. Those of you that are using AI and doing code development with AI, check out GitHub Spec Kit. I'm saying it now. There is a trend and wave going on right now that maybe isn't as widespread or widely known in the AI code generation space or in just the development space at all. Spec-driven development is making a return in AI. Not that it necessarily went away anywhere, but it's like it's becoming mainstream in the development space. I'm seeing this trend happening. More and more companies and tools are leaning into spec-driven development with AI code generation tools. GitHub Copilot and GitHub in general announced this like a couple weeks ago. Hero, I just made a video this week recording amongst all the chaos that was going on. I made a video for the main channel for work where I got access to Hero, the IDE from Amazon, and gave it a shot. And that is introducing and somewhat encouraging, I would say, spec-driven development outside of the typical just one-shot prompt type of approach or just chatting about stuff. And then our co-founder that had left a little while back and founded a new company called Tessel. He and a bunch of other folks have been working on AI native development, and one of the first things that they just recently announced is their tooling that they have to help you with spec-driven development as well. So I'm just seeing the writing on the wall. Like there's a lot of people coming to that same conclusion. A lot of smart people coming to that same conclusion, and I'm seeing that happening, and I think this is the way that things are going. You saw my Twitter post, the wave. Yes, this is the wave we're in right now, May. Technical says, I believe you 100%. I have mine always write a markdown file before working. Yes. So like where one of the trends we saw before this was like PRDs, product requirements document. You would have a chat with one model, or maybe the same model that you end up using is for code generation, and you talk with it about like, hey, this is what I'm trying to build. Help me write a PRD, product requirements document. And then what you do is you take that product requirements document and give it to either the same model or another model that you feel is better at actually writing code and not just discussing code. And you give it that PRD document and say, hey, go build this, right? And so that was like an iteration on top of people that, like, when you first get introduced to using AI for code generation and building projects, you're constantly like marketed. This is the thing. The AI coding tools that are out there, they market themselves in a way that make it seem like and feel like you can just say, hey, build me a Twitter clone. And it's just going to go and build you like this perfect competitive software that's going to, be better or the same or better as Twitter. And the reality of that is that's not going to happen. There's going to be lots of problems with it for a number of reasons, from security, from features, from stability, like there's going to be, and then you still have to hook things up. You got to get a database, and you got to get API services, and you got to host it, and you got to get infrastructure in place. And like, for the layman developer, the amateur developers that are getting into software creation as a result of this, which let me be very clear, I think I'm happy about that. I'm for me, the more the merrier. I just think the thing that we need to be more cautious and put better guardrails in place in these tools for folks that don't have experience or background in software development. Because that's when we see the things that we are constantly seeing online, where people are like, oh, I built this thing that's making me money now, this SaaS, this software as a service, and they announce it on Twitter, and then there's a lot of hype around it, and people are like, oh, cool, congrats on that. And then, really smart people with, some doing things with nefarious intentions or malicious intentions, and some doing things just to like prove a point, go and poke around and bring that shit down. Because it was built with just AI. It's by somebody that doesn't have experience and background to look out for these types of things that could cause problems in their systems. So anyway, all that to say, that was like the first iteration of AI code generation in my mind, is like, hey, and it's still to this day marketed this way, where it's like, hey, you can just give this thing a prompt and it'll just build stuff for you, right? And then you go into it with that mentality, even as a developer, right? You're like, all right, let me try this out. And then you see it, and as a developer, you're like, it's just marketing, they're just marketing, and they're trying to get funding and whatever, like it's all like a little smoke and mirror. Not all, but I would say it's a little smoke and mirrors going on with that, you know. And then people, you know, developers that are getting into it more and starting to get experience with using these tools are like, hey, how can I use this in a way that it gives me better results? It gives me more quality results, code results. And one of the next iterations that I at least was observing and noticing from the community is PRDs, right? Product requirements documents. And now I'm seeing this wave of, as I called it on Twitter, of spec-driven development, which I think is an even more, for lack of a better term, robust approach to getting a robust output from AI. Hold on. So anyway, that's the wave we're in right now, and I think we're going to keep iterating on that. And honestly, from my experience with from the Kiro example, I went with the spectrum. They give you two options. They give you the traditional prompt approach, where you just give it your prompt of what you want it to build and let it work through that, or you go the spec-driven approach, where it gives you, you'll see in the video when it comes out on Monday, it gives you it creates a requirements document, then it creates a design document, and then it creates a task list based on those two things. And then once you approve all of that, then you go and you say, hey, start this task. And the UI in Kiro for that is fairly well done and intuitive. Like I like, it felt good. The developer experience felt nice in that regard. So once that gets, you know, more publicly available, it is publicly available. It's just a wait list to get access. So they're slowly rolling out access to people once you get on the wait list. Once that gets more, they iterate on that more. There's some rough edges to it, I would say, but like it's pretty well done already. So anyway, all that to say from this tab, spec kit. This is and like that is going to be paid. That's the other thing about this. The Kiro IDE, they give you a certain level of capabilities from the free tier until you use up your quota, whereas like the spec kit thing here, which is why I point people to this right now, is all free and open source. It's like it's a CLI tool that will help you generate essentially the same things that Kiro was doing, but within whatever AI coding tool you might be using and model that you might be using. Also, the other thing with Kiro is right now, at least at the time of when I recorded it and last I looked, the only model that was available in that one was Claude Sonnet 4. So there's that too. What'd you all say in chat there? May says, saw your Twitter post. Technical says, I believe you 100%. I have mine always write a markdown file before working. Yep. Dylan says, do you ever do code reviews? I'd be genuinely curious about how I'm setting up all the automations on my stream. It could be entertaining to watch you look at it through your fingers and say, this is really all held together with band-aids and toothpicks. If you want, yeah, I'm down to do that. I could do that, Dylan. Just let me know. If you're okay with me reviewing it on stream, I will do that. Coach Sean says, I don't smoke mirrors. Kappa. May says I would watch that. Coach Sean says, I'll smoke my old fashioned. That sounds much better. You're not using duct tape, says technical. Dylan says, the problem with how I work is I get random sparks of inspiration and muse. I could never hold back all of my ideas and to-do lists to fit all of my BTS stuff, the behind the scenes stuff, into a regularly scheduled stream like Clarkio does. Problem with how I work is I get random. I mean, honestly, Dylan, that's what happens with me too. It may seem like I have a lot of stuff put together, but this took years. Like the stream that you, like the things that you see, the effects that I have in stream took years for me to put together. And had I had more dedicated and focused more, dedicated time and focused more, I would have, there's still a lot of ideas that I never even implemented actually from those days too. So I feel you. I guess, well, that's my long way of saying I feel that. And I don't know. It's not, you know, maybe you can take comfort in knowing that there's someone else that kind of deals with that too, right? Like, and that's why, like, what I learned about myself is when I when I start getting like an itch to work on something, or I'm just in like a certain mode or mood for doing something, I need to ride that wave and go with it, because if I don't, then it might be a long time before I get on that wave again. So to give you an example, like there'll be moments where I hit a limit of like mess in my office or around the house, whatever, and I'll just start doing cleaning everything. I'll just go and just all in one swoop, and I'll be done, get everything the way it needs to be. And when I'm in that mood, Mrs. Clarkio knows, like, jump on that. He's going. Let me get him in here and hang this up and do that, especially, you know, moving into a new place. So and that also applies to like when I'm working on software stuff too, like this project. Like, as much as I enjoy and am interested in this project, I will have it in the back of my mind like, oh, I should work on that, but like I'm just not in the right mindset, if that makes sense. Like, I might be watching football, or I might be busy with the family, and I might be thinking kind of about that, but I'm like, no, I need to be here. I need to not be doing that. I need to be doing this or whatever. You know, maybe not like watching football, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I have downtime, but in that downtime, I get in a certain mindset where I'm focused on something else. And instead of jumping from that to working on the project, like I really deep down should or want to, I don't. It's like the stars have to align. So, anyway, sharing that in case anybody else is like that and feels the same way. That's what happens with me. All right, we were closing, like just now, we were closing tabs and we went off on this tangent. All right, buy tab, add twitches. Nope, we don't need that from clerk. We don't need the work OS one. Context 7, bye-bye. What did that just show, actually? Can I open that up again? Okay, good. I thought there might have been like a API key there. Localhost, npm package, TMI, better T-stack. Don't need it. Bye-bye. Buy tabs. It was nice having you. We don't need it anymore. We're declaring tab bankruptcy. Bye. Oh, this. Bye. Oh, just a blank tab. Okay, bye. Looks like we got another blank tab coming up here. Here we go. Bye. How many instances of the repo do I need to have open in a tab, right? Like, what are we doing here? Bye. Don't need this one open, or this one. Well, we might want to go back to that one, actually. We might want that one today. No, we don't need that one, actually. It doesn't have all the queries put in. Bye. Nightbot, bye. Oh my gosh, I had so many. That one, no, I don't need that one. Bye. I do want that one open. This is tracking our tasks. This one I don't think we need anymore. This was from Alka, who helped us design the, it's not opening anymore for some reason. What is this? Log in with Twitch button. I don't know why I have that open. This is the one I want to keep open. I think. Not that one we can close. TMI, localhost. Look at all these. We can actually read the tab titles now on Ryzen Codex. We're good there. All right, I have 2 instances of issues open here. We don't need that open. What is this? My stats. Stats API. I don't know what that's about. I should just bookmark this. Why do I have this still open, this tab? Or this one. What is this? Show for everyone, win losses. Oh, this is when we were designing the leader. No. Oh my gosh. This is when we were designing the automatic camera changer for the dance back at the old place. Filter to a specific player, filter to a specific Wordle game number. This is all the things that we're going to add into the Wordle bot. We have some of that, right? Oh, this was the leaderboard. We did this already. We don't need this anymore. I'm closing that tab. What is this? Waffle. We don't need the waffle. We haven't played waffle in a while. This we can leave, so I can come back to that. Let me bookmark this. And that, folks, is tab bankruptcy. We can close that too. How many of these things? I don't know which. This is an empty one. Look at that! We did it! Round of applause. So much RAM recovered. So much. Oh. You know, the funny thing is off stream and not like on my other monitor is my other browser profile. I probably need to do the same thing with that one. Before close tabs, you are going to get word count. Yes, May, we can do that. Let me just open up this developer, refresh it. 10,094. 10,094 words in the dictionary. So I think it's kind of flattened out. Word count, close tabs, wave, reads chat, close tabs, word count now. Yes, May. Thank you for illustrating my ADD. Technical says, you doing Hacktoberfest this year? I don't know. And the reason I say that, and I'm kind of ashamed. Maybe I don't need to be ashamed about this. Now that they don't do the t-shirts, it's kind of a sad thing to say, but like, I'm not motivated anymore to participate in Hacktoberfest. I want my free t-shirt. They do it this year? Okay, then first 10,000? What? Okay. I guess it's gonna be hard. Yeah, there's so many people that participate in it. You get like on day one, you gotta queue up your requests. Dude, that's gonna go so fast. I mean, I might try. So the cool thing about it was I would just work on my own projects, and that would count. I'm contributing to my own open source projects. And you would get credit as being a maintainer of open source projects too, if I recall correctly. So in that case, thank you for letting me know, Technical. I lost interest in it because of that. Man, that's nice to hear. I would count it. Queue them up for the first day. Yeah. When's the first day is October 1st, right? I got to get them ready then. Can you remind me? It's 6 and it's PRs. Okay, yeah. That would be fairly easy. I can do 6 PRs on just the WoS Assist UI piece alone. We have plenty of work to do on that. Are they gonna, so here's the other thing, Technical. Are they gonna be looking out for like AI created PRs? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like people are gonna abuse that. Not a clue. I'd be worried. Like, you know, it's kind of interesting actually that they're deciding to bring back the t-shirt thing. And you know what? Let's look it up really quick. Hacktoberfest. Let's look at it. A month-long celebration of all things open source. I love the designs that they do with it. I was just wearing it yesterday, actually. One of the Hacktoberfest shirts. I love them. It's the one that's like almost like the anime. I'm not even into the anime, but it looks so cool. Design is killer yeah. All right, where's the? You know, I really should get Sneak to try and sponsor this. Hey, oh, thank you. That's fine. No, I appreciate it. Yeah. Preptember. September is prep for time for Hackto. Spend September getting a jump start on your 6 pull/merge requests by tracking down projects to contribute to, adding the Hacktoberfest tag to your own projects, or familiarizing yourself with Git so you can hit the ground running when Hacktoberfest. Alright, let's see about how quantity is fun, quality is key. We got participating in Hacktoberfest leads to personal growth, yeah. But it all begins with meaningful contributions to open source software. We're committed to prioritizing quality contributions that outline our... Yep. Short-term action, long-term impact. to meet other persons, share your hacktoberfest love with the blog or post on socials. Register anytime between September 15th and 31st. Okay. Poll merge requests can be made in any GitHub or GitLab hosted project that's participating in Hacktoberfest with Hacktober topic. Aim to submit 6 high-quality poll/merge requests between October 1st and 31st, with project maintainers accepting your poll for them to count toward your total. You'll unlock a digital badge when you register for Hacktoberfest and level it up with each of your 6 poll/merge requests. Where's the shirt? All right, here's a look at what we have in store in terms of your rewards. Hollow Pin swag. Get an exclusive Hacktoberfest t-shirt, but it's only for super contributors who contribute 6 accepted PRs to a worthy repository. Terms and conditions apply, valid only for the first 10,000 contributors. What's a worthy repository? That's very subjective. Like, do I have to... I can't contribute to my own repositories then? That's probably what that means. Like, it's worthy to me, but if it's not like a big popular repository in the ecosystem. You wore your red one yesterday? Nice, technical. I only have one. I started joining in on it late, even though I knew about it early on. Where's the terms and conditions down here? These are the terms and conditions. Here's how we validate contributor. Your PR MRRs must be created between October 1st and 31st. Your PR MRRs must be made to a public unarchived repository. Yep. Poll merge requests created before October 1st, but merged or marked as ready for review after do not count. Okay. Repos that go against Hacktoberfest values will be excluded from qualification and PR. So maybe it will count, because it's not like I'm just creating an empty repository and opening up a PR against it. It's like it's a legit project of mine and the WoS community, you know? Repos that go against Hacktoberfest values will be excluded. What does that mean? How do you know whether it goes against their... Must not be spammy yet. Must be not be labeled invalid. Must be merged. Have an overall approving review. That means Jimmy Kimmel can't submit a PR or more. Where did you see that one? What was that in response to again? Within the bounds. Yeah, I don't know. How do you know which ones? After 7-day review period. So yeah, you got to get your PRs merged in on the first day. If there's the 7-day review period completes, your PRMR will be automatically accepted for Hacktoberfest. Assuming still passes all the checks. Once accepted for Hacktoberfest, we stop checking. PRMRs that are passing all checks and are still in the review period on October 31st can continue the 7-day review period into November. Measures to reduce spam. What is a bad repository? PRs MR should be useful to maintainers and be meaningful contributions to open source software. Repositories that are created specifically for Hacktoberfest that do not benefit the wider open source community, or repositories that encourage overly simplistic and inconsequential contributions such as adding a name or profile to a list or adding random content to repos such as algorithms, will be excluded from that. Okay, that's fine. I feel like my repos should work for this. Scripted opening pull requests to remove white space, fixed type. Yeah, of course. Anything that a project maintainer flags as spam, anything that looks like an attempt to duplicate your pull request count for multiple pull/merge requests for the same issue that are unnecessary. For example, 6 PRMRs to remove a stray white space. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to try. I think it's worth a try this year. Thank you for bringing it up, Technical. I know we went off on a tangent here, everybody, but... Low or no code contributions. Non-code writing, technical documentation are an excellent way to get involved. Wait, at its core, participate in open source and collaborate to enhance the software driving our world today. Open source projects can benefit greatly from the community contributions, and there are a multitude of ways. Whether you possess technical expertise or not, you can leverage your professional skills to support open source projects. In line with last year's effort, we're committed to promoting contributions that don't require technical knowledge. If you're submitting low or no code content to projects, make sure to create a PRMR to track your contribution. Maintainers may need to facilitate tracking of those contributions through an activity log or similar. You get a digital badge through HoloPin. HoloPin is pretty cool, by the way. Small plug, but I always run an intro to Hacktoberfest / open source sometime in October. Date TBD. Okay, yeah, technical. Technical says, yeah, I missed that word. I have no clue what worthy means. Right, that's what worries me a little bit. Like, how do they? It's very subjective. As Hacktoberfest has grown, so have the logistical challenges associated with creating a reward. It's no longer feasible for us to provide a free t-shirt to all contributors, but only a few lucky ones. So other than the HoloPin rewards that continue to be the main mark of Hacktoberfest participation, there will be a special t-shirt to be won here. But this reward will not only go to folks who complete 6 PR requests with the vetting of a verified maintainer. It will only be valid for the first 10,000 users to complete this challenge. This will be on a first come basis. Okay, so here's the other part of this. I need to become a verified maintainer of my own repo. Oh. Do pull merge requests made on my own repository account? Yes, but we strongly encourage you to make quality contributions to other repositories. Do multiple pull or merge requests to the same repository account? Yes, each pull / merge request will count separately. Who do I contact in case of my PR and getting blocked? No. So the sponsors who they work with want you to work on their repos to get the value of the sponsorship back in free labor? No. I don't think so. That shouldn't be the case. Technically, you're saying I think you hit the nail on the head. You think that's what it is? I'm worried, yeah, like what's a verified maintainer? So there's a couple of questionable things, like what's a worthy repository? What's a verified maintainer? And you know what's interesting in here, will there be a t-shirt this year? When they describe this, it doesn't say anything about a worthy repository. Will now only go to folks who complete 6 PR requests. This boggles my brain reading this. Who complete 6 pull / merge requests completed with the vetting of a verified maintainer, and will only be valid for the first 10,000 users to complete this challenge. It doesn't say anything about worthy repository in this part. You can make them to your own repository, but they encourage you to make quality contributions to other repositories. So the thing with that is like, you got to find the right repositories that are truly open to people contributing to it. And the other aspect of it is, imagine, like, this is the constant thing that happens with Hacktoberfest, is the maintainers of repositories are going to get bombarded with pull requests. And I feel like it just like, while it's helpful, it like the intention is positive and like it's good intentions. It creates a lot more work for maintainers on a repository to sift through things. And then on top of that, so the other thing about this, like, I'm thinking of this for my own repository's sake, right? Anytime I get somebody, some random that I don't know, that opens up a PR, like, maybe it's just me, but I'm not a very trustworthy. What was I going to say with that? The way I was wording it sounded like I was saying I'm not a trustworthy person. That's up to you to decide. I feel like I am, but that's not part of where I was going with this. What I was saying is it takes a lot for me to give my trust to somebody else, especially a random person on the internet. So, with that in mind, and having, knowing that perspective about me, if somebody opens up a pull request against my repository and it's like huge, I don't want that. I'm not going to spend like that. I'm not going to spend the time on that. I'm sorry. Like, that's not that ever really happens, but I'm just saying. But they may think it's good. You know what I mean? I don't want to squander that person's, encouragement about contributing to open source and contributing to my repository if they're, not trying to do anything nefarious or whatever. But at the same time, like, a lot of these maintainers, they don't work on these projects full time. They work on them on the side, Right, exactly, technical. The NPM supply chain attack will stem from a PR. That's certainly possible. I mean, we've seen it happen already. Not necessarily from Hacktoberfest, but we've just seen this stuff this week and last week. So anyway, I don't know. I honestly, I feel like they should just go the route of not having the t-shirts. As much as I love the t-shirts and that's what encourages me to participate, I just think it's kind of like a lose-lose situation there. I love the idea behind Hacktoberfest. All right, I need to eat, chat. Dylan says, worthy repository is one that is maintained by a verified maintainer. Where'd you see that? Let me see that again. Worthy. You're considered a super contributor who contributes 6 PRs to a worthy repository. Right. So they say that here, rewarding. T's and C's apply, valid only for the first 10,000. Where's show us the T's and C's? Is that like at the very end? That's why I kept scrolling down. As a maintainer, whether you are a maintainer, contributor, or event organizer, you're eligible to unlock the digital badges as your 6 pull requests are accepted. Unfortunately, we won't be rewarding maintainers for completing maintainer actions such as reviewing pull/merge requests this year. Only, yep. Oh, here's the terms here. Oh boy. This is DigitalOcean's terms. This has nothing to do with Hacktoberfest. Where's Hacktober? Don't you hate when this happens? You search for a word and it's like, oh, we found it. Where? It's not highlighting it anywhere. Because it's not there. Where? Show me. It says it's right around here, according to the scroll bar. What about Fest? Fest. Manifestations. Where's the other Fest? See how it highlights right here? Look. Like, hey, there's a Fest. But there's supposed to be 2. It's 1. So I click on the next one. And you'll see. Watch. Look, it highlights it and doesn't highlight it. Highlight. Where's the other one? Must be a model or something. Yeah. Dylan says, I didn't see it. I just put it together. Yeah, I guess if you put those 2 things together, right? The first part about rewards where it says a worthy repository, and then the second part where it's like verified. Where was it? Where was it? Yeah, must be approved by a maintainer. Oh, where was it? Shoot, where was it? It was in the FAQs, wasn't it? Verified maintainer, yeah. How do I become a verified maintainer? Maybe it's just a verified maintainer is a maintainer that puts the Hacktoberfest flag on the repo. Maybe that's all that's there. I don't know. All right, let's play a little words on stream while I eat my lunch. All right, you ready, chat? Let's go. Oh, where's the sound? I think I turned the sound off, in it. Sound effects are on. Oh, there we go.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Trin 565.
Hey, Trin, good to see you back. All right, I'm eating. May. Yeah, yeah, I'm down to co-stream with Dylan again. We will once I start working on the bot. And so long as Dylan's available to do that too. I'm down. Alright, sounds good, Dylan.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
I'll be right back, chat.
welcome in and thanks for joining today, Kathleen_Rose.
Taking it hard, moving slow, and all my time is gone, and all my
Thank you for the follow, Kathleen_Rose. Kathleen_Rose followed.
lost in yourself. How could you know? Playing a part, doubting yourself. You're so much more, I know. But all my luck is thrown. So wake me up. So wake me started in your head. You have not discovered yet. Started in your head. You have not discovered yet.
Oh, we got a follow while I was gone. Kathleen Rose, thank you for the follow.
So wake me up. So wake me
Welcome in, Kathleen. I see you said hi, y'all. what's up, Sean? Sean's win of the week. My feature disable went pretty well for something that was relatively unplanned. Very nice. Good to hear. Thank you for sharing. Congrats on that. Round of applause. Nice job, Sean. Why is Earl not a word? Five or more. Oh. Ooh. Nice job, Trin. All right, let's beat this game. Not really thinking of another word here. Ensalada. Canals, scald, and andal, or potential words there. Asana. Fired. Tired? There we go. S is hidden. F is fake, S is hidden. You know, why is dirts the plural of dirt? Dirt is dirt. There's so much dirt. You know? Who knows? So what was lunch today? I was like a Cobb salad. I haven't figured out the big word. Ah! Good try, chat. All right, Dylan, let's get the co-stream going. What do you say? We'll do the little knock knock. There we go, folks. Let me switch over to all of the Dylan. This is mine. That one. Maybe crop that one a little bit. All right, we're rocking and rolling and ready. All right, folks, we're gonna be playing. I mean, I have it on my screen, but I encourage you to open up, if you haven't already, 2 tabs, one to my stream, one to Dylan's stream. In either chat, you can send your words, but the game or the mirror link is gonna be from Dylan's stream. Let me do the shout out too. There's the link to go check that. Dylan's out right there. I won't have any sounds though, it seems. Or maybe it's just the starting sound that doesn't work. Boom. Alright. While we're playing over on Dylan's stream, I'm going to get hooked up to the API and continue working on that. And the chat bot. Switch back over to science, not science, that's the old category we used to use. Software and game development. I'm gonna take a quick potty break. I'll be right back. And I gotta clean up. All right, I'm back. I swear I was not pooping. I know I said potty break. Potty break was only part of what I was gone doing, okay? I went and had a piece of chocolate, and then I was checking on things around the house, and I was not pooping. WB Clarkia, what does that mean? Clear! Alright, so, oh, good thing this isn't turned off yet. I've been using, oh, I don't have it in here? Where's Codex? I've been using Codex, and it's been freaking fantastic in VS Code. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. In there, we put a security remediation plan in place. Now the only difference with this is I forget where we left off, so I'm gonna have to. Is Codex open up over here? No. Oh no, because the install version of Copilot. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, where is it? Show me. What's the problem? Do I need to reload it? What changed in here? Add use of NPM package element for security. Oh, that's where I left off. Lunch break over? Yes. Thank you, May, for calling that out as well. I had to restart VS Code a few times. You did technical? If it's X-lax? Wait. Is chocolate a euphemism for pooping? It's funny that your chat message is going into Dylan's chat room while people are playing Words on stream. To deal with the Copilot version error. Thank you, technical. Yeah, I'm just going to restart the VS Code. It's give it a little reload window action. No, chocolate is not a euphemism for that. We're all friends here. Oh, we're still getting this problem. Some extensions are disabled due to version incompatibility. Do I need a new version of this? No, I have the latest version of that. There's local installed versus code space installed. Why is this one grayed out though? All right, we're gonna spend time we're gonna waste time on this instead of just let me work. Let me cook. Codex. Show me. OpenAI Codex. See, this little. All right, I'm gonna go off on a little bit of a tangent. It should be brief, but you never know with me. VS Code extensions, just like dependencies, open source packages. Okay, whether it's npm, NuGet, Maven, PyPy, you name it. Folks, I encourage you, especially with your extensions in whatever tool you're using, especially if it's OpenVSX. So if you're using Cursor, Windsurf, any of the VS Code forks that end up using the OpenVSX marketplace instead of the official VS Code marketplace for extensions, you even more so need to do an audit of your extensions, because what attackers are doing is they've found two very fruitful ways for them to be successful in attacking developers and getting access to your keys, secrets, crypto wallets, clear, all that stuff. The two big ways: your open source dependencies and your extensions that you use. Okay? And then the other thing, and I'm planning on making a video on this. We should no longer be, I'm a little late to this. I think this has been kind of a trend that I just wasn't privy to, or I was lacking visibility to. But you know how like we say, hey, don't hard code secrets in your code? Well, and we would always be like, well, at least put it in an env file, like environment variable. You shouldn't be doing that anymore. Having that locally in plain text, like API keys, database connection strings, passwords, encryption keys, whatever it may be. we should start trending towards, if we haven't already, and it seems like I'm behind on this, so maybe you all knew this already, but we should definitely not be storing sensitive information in environment variables on our local machines, even if it's just for development. We should not be doing that anymore, because the level of visibility we as developers are giving to the tools that we're using while building out that software is immensely privileged and given overly permissive access to that stuff. Case in point, lots and lots of people are starting to move towards using AI tools and models and command line tools, and attackers are finding once they can get some type of piece of code running on your machine, even if it doesn't have full rights to read files and everything on your machine, it will look for those tools, those AI tools like Claude Code or OpenAI Codex CLI or whatever, and ask it and prompt it on your behalf behind the scenes to go and gather that information for it. Yep. Sean, what are you saying? That or OIDC based off, for example? What was the first part? I missed the first part. I assume the alternative is a secret store. Yes, a secret store. So you have a couple. I'm still exploring good options, so that's why I haven't made a video on this myself. And not to say that there aren't good options out there. I'm just exploring and learning more about this, so that I can have a good grasp on the topic and I can speak intelligently in the video that I make before I go and just post something willy-nilly. So you could use password managers. A lot of password managers nowadays are providing this, like 1Password. I think some of the other ones are. I just know of 1Password because that's what I like to use, and I've used predominantly for a lot of different purposes. But I have not used they have a lot of development capabilities that I wasn't really like aware of, or like I was kind of aware of, but I didn't really dive into, and I have been diving into a little bit more. I'm a little bit wary about doing that though, honestly. I need to learn more about this, so maybe those of you that are familiar with this can speak to it more. But my early on learning of 1Password as a secret store for development purposes, it feels like you give it access to like everything instead of just the things. Like what I mean by give it access, I'm saying, so as an example, do I have it in here? Let's look at the ENV example. So like if you go the route of using, let's say, 1Password, instead of putting in your Twitch client ID or Twitch client secret, let's move this over a bit so you can see it. If you go the 1Password route, you use like OP : something the value or whatever. It's something like that is the syntax. And some of the other values you put in here is like your vault name, and then like the password or item name or something like that, and then you get the value or whatever, right? And that's kind of like the syntax. And then in order for the command, and then what you do is instead of doing like node run, index.js type of thing. Close this down. Great. I just accidentally, I didn't even mean to click on that. That's crazy. It's fine. I'll rotate the keys and stuff. Instead of doing node run index like that you see behind me here, instead you do like, 1Password command line tool run node run index or something like that, right? And then what that will do is it will look up this for your environment variables.
Thanks for joining.
Hey, Frank. Yeah, time to rotate. It's okay, Sean. It's all my it's all a throwaway Twitch developer development client ID and secret that I have for this right now anyway, so it's no big deal. I think I've shown it on screen before last stream too anyway. So you do it like this. Like OP for 1Password, and then run it, right? And what that does is it tells 1Password to look up any values in here and inject that as part of the process before it runs that one. And that's fine and all. The problem I have is I don't really want to give the command line tool, the 1Password command line tool, full access to my entire 1Password account. I just want to have like a vault of like developer you know, or like an apps vault, let's say, and only give the command line tool access to that vault and none of my other vaults for like my personal accounts and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't know. I haven't found a way to make that possible necessarily just yet. And so that's why I'm wary to like recommend this. It would be super convenient because for me to go that route, because I'm already a subscriber to 1Password, and then I think they have a certain free level of access for 1Password too. I forget, or is it? It might be strictly. I've been using it for so many years now. It's crazy. I should have known when it didn't take terrible. Oh, that's yeah. Scoping would be nice. Yeah, technical. So on that note, that's why I'm kind of like I've not solidified that as an option to go with in terms of the video. I have tried out other options like Doppler is another one. That one works very easily and seamlessly, and the free tier seems to be fairly generous. And that's very similar. Like instead of OP run, you do Doppler run, and then you configure it all in the Doppler's website UI, and then Doppler will pull from there and inject that at runtime for you. And then another one that's a competitor of Doppler is Infisical, I think that's what it's called, or how you say it. That one's pretty good. I haven't fully tried it out, but it looks very similar to Doppler, like a competitor to Doppler. I don't know why somebody might choose one over the other just this moment, but they seem very similar. Dylan says, I use Bitwarden. Looks like it uses SSH keys. You use Bitwarden for like your passwords or for like your personal passwords for websites and stuff like that? I mean, it's good to use some type of password manager, honestly. I need to undo all these changes, actually. There we go. It's good to use a password manager in general for passwords, but I was just looking through it to see if it had something for what you were talking about. Oh, yeah. I feel like I heard something, because I was using ChatGPT to help me just find all different options that are out there. And I don't know if I saved that conversation with ChatGPT or not. I don't know about you all, but I tend to, like, instead of Googling things, I just tell ChatGPT to go look it up for me. And then I verify sources and stuff. And I'm like, okay, give me links to the things that you're saying are things. And then most of the time it's legitimate things, but then there's a few little rare occasions where it's like, that doesn't actually exist. Thanks. Dylan, there is for Bitwarden, but I don't have much insight on it. Okay, technical. Dylan says Bitwarden Password Manager desktop app can act as an SSH agent to securely encrypt and store your SSH secure shell keys for use with authenticating the server, signing Git commits, interacting with it. Okay, so that's part of what 1Password does. That's good to see, because 1Password does offer that as well. May says, I don't have any trust in password managers yet. So what do you do then, May? Technical says, I think it might be part of their enterprise level stuff. Okay. I forgot how I got on this rant. Oh, I was talking about extensions. So like I almost went to click and give this an install, but I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the OpenAI logo. It said Codex. So somebody went in and created a developer account in the GitHub, in the VS Code marketplace. Pen and paper, not on a computer. Okay. And they created an account called Codex. Not to say that OpenAI has this, ownership or trademark over they came up with this unique name Codex that's never been used before. But in the context of what we're thinking, that's what it seems like. That's what it feels like you would think and look for. In any case, so the other thing to mention as advice for you all, when you looking at extensions, at least via VS Code and their marketplace, the official marketplace, they have the whole verified publisher. Okay, now that adds a slight level of trust that you can have in the author being who they are. However, just because there's a check doesn't mean, like, this person Codex could they can get a check next to their name if they come up with a website and verify that they own that website. Because all you have to do is like have a domain. and then put a special DNS entry in your registry for that domain, and then VS Code will verify that and give it your account the check mark. Okay, so take that with a grain of salt when you see a check mark in an extensions developer's account. You know, you want to know that that actually goes to the website associated with the developer that's presenting itself in that way. Okay. May says good exercise for using your memory. Yeah, that's true. Nafron says post it under the mouse. Nobody will think about looking there. Okay, sure, Nafron. Slugger says I just password for all my passwords. Okay, good. That's sound advice, Slugger. Listen, if there's anything you get from me when it comes to passwords, to me the simplest thing is to just use a password manager. I personally like 1Password, but it is paid. Part of the reason why I'll tell you why I go with 1Password. It's not because they're necessarily the most secure option out there. They've actually been compromised before in the past. I'll talk about that in a second. But the one thing is, for my non-technically savvy family members, like my elderly father, I can get the UI is intuitive enough for them to be able to understand it. He's not, my elderly father. When I say that, I mean like he's just like I've told you all this before. Like he doesn't even know which side of the mouse to freaking click on. That type of thing. Okay, I'm not making fun of him or knocking him or anything like that. He's just like, whereas my mom, who's similar in age, she knows how to use a mouse and keyboard and stuff like that. So it's just him. He's decided he's not gonna put a lot of time and effort into computers and technology, and that's his choice, and that's fine. I'm just saying. But for someone like him, I'm able to get him on board with 1Password, and he uses it for a lot of his stuff whenever he's on his phone doing things like that. And so that's why, for me personally, I went that route. It's the most UI intuitive UI for non-technically savvy people, to make it more approachable, at least for people like that. And that's why I went that route. I wanted something that creates the least amount of friction for that type of person, so that I can get them on board with using more secure passwords. You know what I'm saying? And 1Password helped me with that. So that's my reasoning for that. Now, when it comes to them being compromised, the other reason why I think they're good, even like they are secure, but they're not immune from getting compromised. They have had some in the past. It's been a while now, but their handling of when they are compromised is one. Their response to it is very good, and they don't like hide. They're transparent about it. From my personal opinion and what I've seen when those incidents have come up in the past. And then two, they have set things up and architected their product in a way that even if somebody gets access to things on their side of things, it really won't be a huge compromise for their users. Meaning, like, the attackers can't do much with it. They need to be able to find a way to, like, all of your passwords are encrypted based on your 1Password, and 1Password doesn't know anything about that. They don't have visibility or any further access to your vaults without your master password that you have, your main password. So with that in mind, that's another reason why I like them too. May says, does the mouse have 3 buttons? Well, it depends on what type of mouse you're talking about and you're using. Sean says I should re-roll my master password sometime soon. Yes, definitely want to do that too. Slugger says Apple Password Manager is pretty good. That's true. There's more. I would definitely. That's a good point. At the time when I first signed up for 1Password, Apple didn't have a password manager. But I have seen that. I know that I subscribe to iCloud, and as part of that, I get access to a password manager that can be synced between devices and that type of thing. That makes a lot of sense to me nowadays for somebody that might be just starting out. And if you're already in that ecosystem, you're already an iPhone, iOS user, and all that stuff, then that makes sense. I imagine Google has something similar with Android, and I'm sure that's pretty good too. And that's why I say, generally speaking, any password manager is better than nothing. Now, if you don't go the password manager, sure, you can go the route that May's going. I don't have like a huge problem or reason. Like, I don't think it's necessarily the worst approach to go with it, writing things down on pen and paper. However, you know, if somebody comes to your house and gets that pen and paper, or, you know, gets that paper, then you won, and you don't have them memorized. Like, well, May said she memorized them, but if you don't have them memorized, then you're kind of up shit's creek there, right? But what I would say is like a great way to go if you're not going to go the password manager route is to go with like long phrases that are memorable, easily memorable for you, that are like unique to you. You know, like, I don't know, pick a band name, a color, a number, you know, or like a phrase, like from a song that you really like, and then maybe add a favorite number and like a special character, that type of thing, right? Like doing those types of things where it's like more memorable for you, but not like so easy for somebody to figure out if they learn about you. That's the other aspect of it. That's why password managers I like, because they can just generate a truly random password for you, rather than you know, doing like password 123 and then on another site you're doing 321 password. You know, like, it's essentially the same thing, it's just a different combination. Slugger says I can use it on my Windows 11 via the iCloud app. Oh, okay, cool. And it can be integrated into Chrome and probably other browsers. All right, I didn't know that. That's good to hear. All right, so all that was from Technical's question from earlier. I assume the alternative is the secret store. Yeah. So secret store, get away from using .env files. I'm still working on getting out of that habit, but like I said, I'm in the like research and learning phase right now before I make the full jump into it. Doppler so far though has been like the easiest and quickest solution to get up and running really fast. In fact, let me show you Doppler. Not show you Doppler, but let me show you their website really quick. Why does that go weather Doppler? What's Doppler's like website? Or Doppler effect. What is it? It's like Doppler secret store maybe? What is their website? I'd assume that it can work on Windows 11 or Windows 10. Yeah, probably. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, Doppler.com. This is it, Doppler.com. Drop it in the chat too. Secure secrets, prevent breaches, keep teams moving. So I think a lot of their where's the pricing on this? Pricing. It says free for 3 users. Clear. You get a lot. Like I don't think you even need to. Like as an individual working on side projects, you likely don't even ever need to pay. Secure your solo projects and focus on what matters, building. Right? You get integrations, Doppler CLI for local development, service tokens, email alerts, I'm creating 3 days of activity logs, secrets referencing, right? So that you get all this stuff built into it for free. And then if you needed more than 3 users that are working on a project with you, then you start paying $8 per month for each user. So I feel like that's fair. Pretty fair. Like, I don't need all these other features with it. I really just need for local development, give me my secret store and that's it. So Anyway, just suggesting that as an option. Checking on work chat. Oh! That's the wrong button. Oh man, I gotta start this up again. Sean, just save all your passwords in a meme by shifting the least significant bit and grab them from the image at startup. May says I will test that out on my brother, Doppler. Does your brother do development, May? So Doppler is not a password manager. Sorry, Doppler is more of a development thing. 1Password is a good password manager that I recommend for people. Posture check, and an ad break will begin shortly on Dylan's stream. Yeah, I'd recommend check it out. Technical. The other one is Infisical. How do you say it? Infisical. This is the other one really quick. It's a competitor to Doppler as far as I understand it. Secrets management on autopilot. Drop that link in the chat as well. I don't know that there's a significant I don't know the comparison other than like the free tier. Like again, I don't know that I need to go beyond anything in the free tiers that they have for each of them. Although this one says free forever. The basics for individuals and startups, free forever. That would make me lean to maybe them more. Oh, project limit up to 3. That's a deal breaker. I don't need more than one environment for each project. Yeah, I wonder about the project limit thing. That's one red flag on that one. Because I think Doppler is like as much as I want. Pass motors. You use KeyPass, Frank? Okay. Yeah, I've heard good things about KeyPass as well.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today. TypeScript Tea Time.
TypeScript Tea Time, what's up? Sean says, by the way, music is a bit loud. Okay. Thank you, Sean. Let me know if that's better. Did I miss anything else in chat? There's a lot going on. It is better. It seems like the previous song was just extra loud. Yeah. Okay. How do I get this to update? I'm leaning towards no longer allowing auto update on extensions. Because that's another thing that happens. Like if an extension author gets compromised, and in the same way that an npm package can get compromised or any open source package gets compromised, then they can just push a new version that has the vulnerability in it, and you don't even know because it's just auto updating in the background, especially in VS Code, you know. What is going on here? What am I missing that's making this broke? I don't care about Copilot right now anyway. I want Codex. Is Codex available? Did I not install it last time? Install. Yes. Oh, Codex. GPT-5 Codex works faster through easy tasks and harder on complex tasks. Improves on code quality and is more steerable with agents. Alright, let's try it. Am I signed into my account? I don't even know. Oh, yes, I am. Okay, cool. Perfect. It's working on the things that I was working on. Except this is the wrong project, I think. I'm not using WoS Assist. I'm using a WoS API. Show me my task history.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
Oh, I had it all local to my other machine. Dang it. I think it's on that branch though. Let me see. Git pull. I think I pushed it. I don't need to. I'm already in the code space. I should already have all the latest changes. I lost my. I need to look up my step that I'm on. Hold on. Dang it. Dang it, Batman. Hold on, chat. Womp, womp, womp. All right, hold on. I'm going to connect from this machine real quick. This is why I love code spaces, by the way, is I can work on it. I'm basically have think of it as having a computer on the internet that I can connect to remotely. I do all my development on, and I can connect to it from any machine. All right, I think I was on like that helmet step. Yes, step 3. Do I have my history on here? Yeah, that's fine. My history. No, I lost all the chat history on here too. Interesting. All right, I think I'm on step. Can I look at my commits? Git log. Codex implement full Twitch chatbot with Twerple. Oh, that's. Am I not on the right branch? Oh, there's security steps. State auth for OAuth flow. Secure routes for admin. Security plan. What did I do? Add secure routes for admin. Add state for bot OAuth flow.
The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
I think I could just tell it like, hey, go look at the security remediation plan and continue. That's what I'm going to tell it to do. What code should the cloud task start from? Yeah. Use local code. Auto context. Let's work locally. Oh, there we go. All right. Using the security underscore remediation underscore plan D, continue with the next task. I believe we should be on. Let's go to that. Should be on. Wait, did all this? I did all this off stream with Codex. We did authorization middleware. Should status complete on here. Task 2. Task 2 is the last complete task. Please double check and proceed to the next task as needed. Let's see what it does. I'm going to give it full access because this is not on my machine. It's in the code space too. Another reason why I like working in a code space. It's an environment that I don't have to worry about. Let me catch up on chat while you're... Dylan says, I've been very happy with using basic GPT-5 for my coding issues. I had a major version update to my stream's backend this week. Basically just made a local program that pings the WoS WebSocket for the events and gives me API endpoints that I can get, like WoS/current level that gives me the current level. Yeah, that's cool. Used it to implement an automatic mode that either continues or restarts based on the game state. So I can adjust time between round restarts. Set it up so it will automatically start doing continue and restart after a period of inactivity so my stream doesn't look idle. Nice! That's awesome, dude. Good to hear, Dylan. Yeah, if you want me to take a look at the code, I'm down to do that. Sean says, yeah, I'm talking with my security team about a possible solution to auto-update issues to prevent supply chain attacks. What do you mean by auto-update issues?
I don't need nobody.
I don't need nobody.
I don't need nobody. Gotta have your body.
What is this song? Currently running right now, Dylan? Okay, so look, it already picked up. I wanted to do helmet. So I had changed one of the things that in generating this security remediation plan, when I was talking with Codex and GPT-5, it had recommended writing its own security headers instead of just using the npm package. So I switched it, saying, hey, add use of the npm package helmet for security headers and configure it. Sean says, when you were talking about auto updating extensions, and I was thinking more on people updating the library super quickly and getting compromised library. Yeah. So there are some things, speaking of that, I think we were talking about it in the Discord a little bit too, Sean, when you shared the security incident that was going on. There are certain package management command line tools like pnpn and yarn that have some rules that you can put into the configuration of that to not install a new version of a package until a certain time has passed since that package was published. And what that does, for folks that maybe don't understand why you might want to do that, in the situation that we were talking about where there's what's called a supply chain attack, an attacker gets a hold of some really popular npm package and is able to publish a new version of that package where it all operates the same like it normally does, but they inject their malicious code in there to do nasty things. Okay? If they publish that version, if something like pnpm or yarn is configured to where it won't update to that new version until that version has been out for, let's say, 24 hours or 48 hours, maybe to play it super safe, that gives you time where, you know, that prevents you from immediately, like anytime you run in automated systems where you're building your software and it goes and pulls in the latest versions of things, it won't get that version and install it for your software. Instead, it'll use the original latest one before this new one that got published with the malicious code in it. And what is Enzu is talking about free feet? What the heck? So it seems to be like a nice feature that I feel like npm should just have as part of its configuration too, if it's not already there. I'm not aware of it. Yeah, I'm looking into those for our internal package. Internal package registry, so it doesn't have to be configured everywhere and can be done centrally, says Sean. Yeah, it's true. Like each developer has to do it, right? But I mean, like, you really, if you have some CI/CD pipeline, like you can just do it there. That's a start, right? Instead of on each individual developer's machine. The more important areas to start as a first step would be probably in your pipelines, configuring it at that level. You want to turn off the post install stuff. Again, pnpm and yarn and bun seem to have that off by default, whereas npm has post install scripts and pre-install scripts run by default. You think by now they would turn that off, but maybe there's like legacy stuff that makes it difficult for them to do that. Check out Dylan. Is Dylan on stream right now? I'm looking at Dylan's stream. I don't see anything. Sean says our CI/CD pipelines are designed such that teams can do anything with certain constraints. It makes targets to make it language agnostic. So the same pipeline is used for Java, JavaScript, Go. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Dylan's announcement. Get ready, the next level will automatically begin in 30 seconds. Yes, I see that announcement. Now I get a posture check announcement too. That's the auto continue restart script running. Nice, Dylan. Well done, man. That's cool to see. That's the thing he built. Ah, nice. Very good, Dylan. Love to see that, man. That's awesome. Win of the week? Yeah, I think so. That should be a win of the week, Dylan. Very cool, man. All right, what is this doing now? It's been running for a while. Oh, they updated the remediation plan. Is it complete now? Status complete. API server enforces an allow list sourced from allowed origins, rejects other origins, and wraps every request in a helmet middleware bridge that sets standard security areas with HSTS disabled outside production. Nice. Okay. Let's look at these actual changes that are going on here, though. Import helmet. Remove secure headers. Oh, Hano had secure headers built into it, huh? I didn't know that. Maybe that's a common practice with Hano. This is true. Helmet middleware is that. Secure headers via helmet adapts express middleware to Hano. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. I should have just let it do its thing. I didn't realize because I'm using Hano as the web framework for this application. Hano has built into that web framework its own security headers it can do. Whereas Express, I'm used to using the helmet library. I don't know if that's gonna mess shit up or not. Alright, those look fine to me though. Frank says, win of the week tomorrow. I'm going to the degree ceremony for my daughter whom finished university. I'm a proud daddy. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Congrats on that, Frank, to you and your kiddo. Very, very proud daddo right there. Thanks for sharing, Frank. That's cool, man. All right, looks like it finished. All those changes. All right, what would be the next step? I'm going to commit those changes. Git and dot. Git commit -m. Add security headers and what else? And cores setup. Let's push those changes to the branch too. And then move on to the next step, which is going to be remove secrets tokens from API responses. Yeah, that's no bueno. Excellent. Please move on to the next task in the security remediation. Remediation plan. I need caffeine, chat. The 5.5 hours of sleep last night is just not gonna cut it. You know what I can do while it's working on that? I can get another instance of VS Code. And actually, do I have a code space for WoS Assist? GitHub.com/Clarkio/WoS Assist. Am I logged in? Yes. Okay. Do we have a code space in here? Do not. Let's create a code space on this one. I'll just get Codex to work on this at the same time. We're going to do UI and backend at the same time using AI. I'm a 10x engineer now, mom and dad. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me go. Yeah. Clap. Look at me. Look at me go. Codex in here. I'm gonna have to reload the window. Well, let's let it finish. Why is it defaulting to node 16.20? Finish doing that. Well, that's running. This is still thinking and doing step 4. What is step 4 going to be about, right? Remove secrets. Avoid leaking client secret, access, refresh tokens, etc. Change responses that currently return full bot account objects to a whitelist. Audit other endpoints to ensure only non-sensitive fields are returned. Very good, very good. All right, finish already, would you? Finishing up. How long does it take to spin up a code space? Come on now. There we go. All right, double check this here. Oh, we're still getting invalid extensions detected. Kiss my butt, would you? Is Codex in here now? Yes. 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 Clear. Yes. Make this smaller. Codex is opening up. This one's still running. 0 out of 3 tests completed. Work faster, Codex, would you? I'm trying to 10x my output here. Come on, man. You all can't really see what I'm doing here.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Royal Under.
Roy Lisi! Good to see ya. Codex on codex on codex on codex. Codex on codex. Codex on codex. Who's our guest? Dylan. We're co-streaming with Dylan. So if you want to play words on stream while I'm working on the chatbot stuff, and I'm going to work on the UI at the same time, I'm going to try to for the next like 40-ish minutes. Then you can join. I mean, you could just send your, open up another tab of Dylan's stream over there. Click on his name in the chat. And then that way you could see it. Or I have his board up on the top left there with the words if you want to. Why is this taking so long? Open up. It's just taking forever to install the extensions on this, or? I need a reload? Let's try reloading this. Thought I was logged in already. All right, that took a second, but I'm signed in now. What was issue number 7? Let's double check on that again. Issue number 7. It's not even in here. Already got closed. Create tracker for a number of times the board is fully solved to clear. I already did that. Complete in 15. Add button to sort words by alpha. Alright, this is what we're going to do. I want to do, like, not. Do no labels? Yeah. Shipper Astro page of a player. Determine an automated way to get mirror links. Use something other than default fonts. Didn't we? Where is it? All right, let's just tell it to do it. Local agent full access. Let's go bun run dev. Right? Oh, we don't have bun. npm run dev. And then we're gonna have. Let's say it's running on localhost 4321. 4321. Oh. The port not being. This is what's going on. Head port 4321. Come on, baby. Still nothing. Still nothing. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Leave it hosted on there. Because I have multiple like code spaces running or something. Like, what's the deal? Reload. Oh, not there. Reload. Dylan says pairing codecs with VS Studio right now. Didn't even realize I could do this. I feel like this is going to really help with what I'm trying to do with stream. Yeah, definitely. I say as he changes the scenes. Yep. You're supposed to be looking at your glorious face there. Yes, sir. All right, run this sucker. npm run dev. Open up the port. Get a code space. There we go. Okay. We got it locally running. Now, let's get codecs going here. Please redesign. I want to better display the words shown in the correct words element. Let's see if I can open it up here. There. Boom, 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 ba-doom. Boom, 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 ba-doom. Show me correct words. Let's make this big screen real quick. WoS mirror link. Yeah. That's all that. Correct words. Correct words log container. I'm trying to give it as much direction as possible. Container. Right now, it just shows the words.
Welcome in and
How are we?
thanks for joining today, Arth12442111.
What's up, Arth? Arth comes in, first time chatter. Glad to have you here with a question right off the bat. I like to see that. What should I do after I learn front end in Next.js? What do you want to do, Arth? What's your objective? You got to tell me some more info like that. That way I know what we're working with here, you know? If you can give me some more context on like what's your objective, what you're looking to do with your programming knowledge and experience, that can help me give you some better guidance and direction. My best answer with that limited info, make something. Right. Yeah, get more hands-on experience. Build stuff in the open. Pausing the game like whilst you're still guessing. I want to better display the words shown in the correct words element right now. Oh yeah, so how are we currently showing the correct words in there? Let's go. Let's see. It's just by length, right? It's not alphabetical order. Show the words based on character length. But it would be nice if they were grouped together first by character length and then sorted alphabetically. Could you adjust things visually to nicely display the words in this way and update the logic to group and sort the words for this. Boom. All right, let's see what it does with that. All right, so that's working on the front end. Going back to the back end. The round will play out, but it will continue for another 90 seconds if you redeem. Stream back to full screen. Okay, May. You're all talking about that. I mean, all right, so Arth says, should I do back end to become a full stack developer, or should I go to AI ML? Does one interest you more than the other, Arth? Like, again, what's your end goal? Like, are you trying to get a job? Are you just doing this for fun on the side? Are you, tell me more about what's going on in your situation. All right, what does it say it did here? We got this done. Finished working. Refactored our admin broadcaster APIs to always return sanitized records via new serializer utilities, closing out the no secrets and response to tasks. Now exposes serialized bot account, serialized broadcast, and normalizing scopes and dropping token/secret fields from the outbound payloads. Use the serializers for setup, listing, and refreshing. And the bot setup page renders with that, so only safe fields ever hit the DOM. Reuse this. Test NPX round check. Fails on pre-existing lint findings. Next steps: triage is outstanding biome. Okay. That's good. You may proceed with your next steps. For now, before moving on to any other tasks in security remediation. Let's commit these changes too. Git add dot git commit -m fix what did it do to change this actually? Serialized bot account. I want to view all changes here. let's go in here and see. So we're using the serializers, the utils. What do we put in here? Bot account summary. So it's just changing the schema. It seems kind of an odd way to do it. How does that get used down here? So instead of returning broadcaster ID, username, display name, and token expires at, it does that. Okay, what about here? Serialized broadcaster, safe broadcaster, instead of pushing token. What was wrong with token expires at scope? That was all fine. I feel like I want to undo these changes. Broadcaster, safe broadcaster, scope array JSON, broadcaster scope. I don't understand what was necessarily wrong with that. Maybe an admin, there was something wrong. Current bot record, find bots, current bot record, serialized bot account, bot username. Okay. Again, we had ID, bot using app token expires at created. No, that was all fine. I think it thought because of app token, it thought it was exposing the token. I think I'm gonna undo these changes. No, thank you. On stage, undo these changes. I'm gonna leave. Well, I'm gonna undo all of these. And leave it so that the bot thinks that it's done. Shoot. I don't want to return full DB records, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I'll come back to that, I guess. Whoops. We lost all those changes. Please redo them. But also note that we are not exposing token values, and instead it's returning the no, I don't want it. I don't know if it's gonna break something by doing that. All right, I'm just gonna, yeah, okay, continue. Okay, continue with your next step. Okay, I can shut down the autoplay and do manual again. Why? What's going on? Did Arth respond, by the way? In my opinion, short of creating something new / novel, there will always be competition, Arth. That's what Sean said. I appreciate, first of all, thank you, community, and everybody trying to help Arth out. Arth, I hope you're feeling very welcome, and everybody here trying to jump in and give you some of their own input and advice to try and help you along. Arth was saying, yeah, I want to get secure to get a job. If I learn something that others can do beside me, then it makes competition, which I don't want. You're gonna have competition no matter what. So the thing is, how do I put this? So the competition is going to increase or decrease depending on where you're looking to get a job within the industry. Okay? In certain areas, there's going to be an abundance of jobs and not enough people with the technical skill set to fill those jobs, in which case the competition is going to be lower, right? Like, you're going to be able to, if you have that skill set, like right now, I would say a big skill set would, that there's likely an abundance, I would assume, I don't know for sure, there's an abundance of jobs available to people that have like machine learning and AI, if you're going to build that type of stuff or enhance it, or, you know, really work on those. If you want to work at OpenAI, if you want to work at Anthropic, that type of thing, those jobs are likely in abundance right now, not just at them, but at other smaller model companies that are trying to build out AI for different purposes and tasks, right? So you can go that route, and that will likely, once you get those skills, you'll have a faster or more successful, a higher success rate of landing a job in that space versus if you just go to try and get a front end job. However, I would say it's still very feasible to go get a front end job right now. You just have to find the right market, the right company. And that's where a lot of the work, you're going to have to put in a lot more work. I think in either case, honestly, but definitely in that situation, you're going to have to put in a lot more front loaded work to find the right company to apply to, so that you can have that high success rate. Now, worrying about competition in terms of like what, like getting a job versus some other candidates, like honestly, my personal opinion is like the only situations in technology where you're running into that is if you're applying at like big tech companies, like the FANG companies, Microsoft, Facebook, Netflix, Google, right? Like that's where it's very highly competitive in those situations to get an engineering role. So, but you don't have to work there. I know like people have like I'm not saying like if that's a goal of yours, I'm not trying to shoot that down. Like absolutely go for your goal and do everything you can to strive there. But know that like it doesn't have, like if you're just getting started, which it sounds like you are doing, Arth, you don't need that to be your first job. It doesn't have to be. In fact, I would say it can sometimes be better to start out somewhere else in smaller groups, smaller companies, so that you can get that strong experience as a foundation under you. And that's going to make you more successful at those big companies than somebody that's coming fresh out of college, fresh out of some boot camp, fresh out of learning front-end development or whatever it may be, that jumps into one of those positions. Because when you get at those companies, I tell you from experience, it can be pretty cutthroat. Even after you get the job, like to have success and grow at those big companies and have a big impact. And if that's like your overall goal, you know what I mean? Like then it's going to be that much harder of something to achieve if you land a job fresh out of college or whatever. So I don't know. This is just my 2 cents in my experience. Take it as we say with a grain of salt, meaning like don't take it as like the end all be all, like the only way. It's just my personal experience and outlook on things. I have a very, very optimistic outlook on the job market and this industry. Some people have a more pessimistic and cynical look on it, but at the same time, I understand that. I'm just choosing not to. So yeah, Frank says you should see all the scares I have, all from Clark. Yeah. Oh, the scars, all the scars you have. Yeah, Frank, you can attest to that experience that you had at Microsoft. It can be pretty cutthroat there. Sean says, I have a much more pessimistic view. Fair enough, Sean. Yes, we were friendly, Frank. That's why we still stay in touch to this day, even though it's been years now since we worked together. Technical says, I've also found the job market has shifted from getting jobs through cold applying versus knowing someone at the company you want to be at through networking. Makes it easier to make an entrance. 100%. I think regardless, maybe you feel the job market has shifted towards that. For me personally, that's been the number one way I have landed pretty much all of my jobs since I've started. And well, to be honest, I've only had 3 jobs in the industry because for me personally, I stay. If things are working and I like it, especially, I mean, I was just talking about this at the beginning of the stream. So if you want to know my opinion on my current role and job and company, you're going to see how my glowing review at the beginning of the stream, you can go check it out in the VOD. But, I like sticking around at companies for a long, because I want to see things through. I want to see how things turn out from the work long term that I put into it. And and I'm not so into jumping around from job to job. I'm not knocking that necessarily. That's just me and my personality. Like my first job, I thought I was going to be there for the rest of my career, honestly, but then opportunities came up that I was like, I didn't want to pass up on, and I wanted to try out and switch into a slightly different role than a strictly engineering role. So that's how things changed there. Otherwise I probably would have stayed at that company. And I'm bringing that up because it was a little bit frustrating at that point in time in my career when I was staying just at that company, because I saw friends from like college or just in general progressing much faster than me because they were jumping around between companies some people you would see just online on social media, they would jump like in 6 months, they would go from one job to another, and it's like, wow, that seemed crazy to me, not like for me to do something like that. But it worked for people, and that's how people would progress. They would make more money and that type of thing. So it was a little bit frustrating at first early on in my career because for my first job, I actually started out as an intern and then I got hired on full time. And while that was very exciting in the bigger picture of things, that actually kind of hurt me and set me back a little bit, because companies tend to take advantage of that. Like if you start as an intern, not your immediate managers and employers that hire you on, it's like the HR, they see that. Like when the managers go to HR and say, hey, we want to hire this intern, I'm assuming this is how it goes. They go, hey, set it up for us basically. And then HR is like, well, this is an intern going into this title, and this is like the absolute bottom of that salary range we can give for that title. So that's what we're going to offer that intern. We're going to take advantage of that intern. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what they do, because they're going to, it's a company, it's a business. They want to, one, I didn't know any better, and they assume interns don't know any better. Like they also assume like interns are like, oh, I just want to land that first full-time job. So they're going to take whatever they can get. They're taking advantage of the situation is what I'm getting at, and trying to save money and cut on costs so they can get the same labor from an engineer. It's coming from an intern to a entry-level engineer versus somebody from outside that has maybe some prior experience slightly, whatever. Like you get the idea though. So I got a little bit set back as a result of that. But all these things work out in the end. And long story short, like it was okay. It really wasn't. I learned a lot. It was worth it. I'm happy with my decision to stay there. But my point being, I don't even remember how I got on this rant or tangent. Oh, we're talking about from technical. I got that job. How did I end up getting that job? It was from the internship. So I really thought I blew my interview for the internship, but I guess I did good well enough. And then while I was in my internship, I made it a point to do that networking. I'll tell you like a little hint. Now this is a little bit different nowadays because not everybody necessarily is working in an office. Back then, like there was no remote work type of thing really going on. It wasn't really as huge as it is now. So anyway, I made it a point every Friday morning during my internship, I went cube by cube and got to know everybody and spent a few minutes talking to them first thing in the morning on Fridays. Cause I was like, all right, Friday mornings, people are like, it's the end of the week. They got most of their work done already. They're going to be a little bit more willing to engage in just socializing, conversation. And, here's this silly intern that just is, trying to make a name for himself type of thing. So, some people I would spend.
Joining today, Huggins 7217.
What's up, Huggins? Some people I would, it'd be a quick conversation, or they might be busy and be like, all right, I'll let you go, move on. And then I would just go down right to the next cube and I would say, hey, good morning. How's it going? That type of thing. I made it a point to get to know everybody and try and make as best of an impression on all of them as possible to get to know them more personally, because that's the networking aspect of it. And I enjoyed it too. And I'll tell you that I enjoyed that. And I'm more of like an introverted person. Like I get like drained, like my energy drops like very fast when I do stuff. Although when it's more one-on-one like that, it's not that big of a deal. It's more like bigger groups and crowds where my energy gets drained faster. So anyway, I would do that. And I honestly believe that is one of the biggest factors as to why I got hired on from being an intern to full-time, because not everybody that was part of my internship group got hired on after the internship. Not everybody got offered the opportunity, So, and I think that was a big reason why I did, is I I got to know a lot of like everyone on my team and did my best to understand them, where they were coming from, what they worked on. I showed eagerness to be part of the team. Another factor I would say is I would go out whenever the team would have happy hours and stuff like that. I would try to make it a point to attend those things too, so that I can, you know, be part of the group, be part of the team. I'm already there, you know, that type of thing. And I enjoyed it too. That was another aspect, the reason why I would go. I'm in college, right? Like, I want to go to a happy hour with people on my team that I enjoy being around. So that was one of my favorite teams I've ever been on. I have very fond memories with them. So anyway, all that to say is networking has been the number one thing, or one of the biggest factors that has contributed to the success that I've seen in my career. It really is. I know people like overload that term networking. We went off on another tangent here too. My bad. It's the Yap Clarkio Yap stream. Man. But yeah, networking's huge. I know it's kind of like played out or like overused, that term, but like getting to know people and making connections with people in a genuine way, not just like, people will know. Like, I know when somebody's just trying to get to know me just for the sake of like trying to get access to me and my network. You know what I mean? Like, it's just for their own gain and nothing to like contribute to it, not to build like a working relationship. You know what I mean? So you have to, like, the key factor with that is it has to be genuine. Like, there are people that I just, you know, our personalities didn't mesh well, like in that first job when I was an intern. And I knew that, and I would just be cordial with them and I wouldn't force it. You know, it is what it is. And then there were other people where our personalities really did mesh and we got along great, and you know, that worked out, right? Like, it's just like regular life outside of work too. You know, that's how it is. So anyway, all that to riff off of what Technical shared and to our, what else did I miss in the chat? Huggins says, I've been at my company for a long time, 13 years now, but most of my jobs since my first one have come from people I know. Yep. Technical says, yapping is the perfect way to wait for the AI to finish its task. True, Technical, although I think it's done. And it's been done. Frank says, networking is so much important. Yes, absolutely. What else did I miss in chat here? Frank says, intern so at your first job. Yes, I interned and landed my first job from the internship. Slugger says, it really is about networking, more who you know than what you know. So it is about who you know, but it like, just because you know somebody, it really matters what your connection is with that person that you know too. You know what I mean? Like, like there are people that I know from like past jobs that are pretty, like, look, I've been yapping for so long, the code space shut down on me. Like, for instance, my last job, there are people that I know and I had interacted with from that past job, but I wouldn't really, I'd feel a little uncomfortable if I had reached out to them and I said, hey, can you help me out? Do you have any job? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know them to that level. But then there are other people that I know much better that I would be more comfortable to be like, hey, you got any job? Like, for instance, Frank is in the chat, somebody I used to work with. If he had reached out to me when he was in the midst of looking for a job, I would have very happily, willingly did my best to, you know, whatever I could. If we had openings at our current company, or just mention it to other people that I know and say, hey, I got a buddy that I used to work with that's looking for a job in this part of the industry. If you know anything, let me know so I could pass it along to him. You know, like stuff like that, right? That's what you're like looking for, is working relationships like that. That can give you that support and help you in finding that job. So yeah, you gotta also gauge, like, you know, because people say like it's really about who you know than what you know. You gotta like actually know the person to be able to. You gotta have the type of relationship with that person where you can set up that type of ask, and it's just natural and makes sense, and it doesn't feel awkward. You get what I'm saying? Because you're going to have, not to say that you can't do that with other people that you have like a more surface level relationship with. You can. And I'd say give it a shot. I mean, what do you have to lose, right? But I'm saying the likelihood of you having success through that networked contact is going to be not as high as somebody that you know more on a deeper level, right? So many squirrels love it. Thanks, May. Dylan says, right? Why pay you more when you can just say these are your new responsibilities? Exactly. I think companies definitely take advantage of hiring interns. But that's that's fine. And I think if interns recognize that and they realize, okay, I'm not going to dedicate a ton of time to this role, but I'm going to use it as a stepping stone to land a stronger role that properly compensates me for my skill set, then, which a lot of people did that too. Slugger says, no room to really negotiate your salary for internal promotion. Yeah, that's true. And like you said, you will get the bottom of the barrel of the salary range. Yep. What else? Sean says, I've had 3 jobs in tech as well. First job obviously was effectively cold applying. Second was from knowing the manager. Third was they recruited me. Yeah. Yep. It is hard getting that first one though. But like if I had to do it all over again, knowing what I know now, what I would do is go to more in-person events, like local meetups. If I can afford to go to like a bigger conference that maybe I have to travel for, I would try to do that. And then at those events, mingle the shit out of those events. Mingle like crazy. Because then, and on top of that though, going back to what like Sean was sharing earlier, is taking what you learned, those skills you've learned, and have a body of work to like show that I can talk to while I'm mingling with people. You can't just be like, oh, I'm learning Next.js, and I'm really looking for a job in this. And they're gonna be like, oh, that's good. Like, what have you worked on? I just haven't, I haven't really done anything. I've been learning. I've been taking tutorials. I've been, taking courses, and I've built stuff through the courses, but that's about it. Like, you got to have more than that. Before you go networking for that first job, this is all just kind of coming out. We're yapping away. But before you start networking for that first job, you have to have the skill set, obviously, to be able to talk to the skill set. But in addition to that, you have to have a body of work that demonstrates your skill set, that demonstrates that skill set that you learned. So what does that mean? Like, it doesn't mean you have to build an actual product that people are using. And that'd be great if you can, but don't make that the goal. The goal is anything you have ideas for. It doesn't have to be an original idea. You can make, copies of whatever existing stuff that's out there, social media platforms, apps. If you're into building mobile apps, build the same mobile app that somebody else has, and have it in a publicly available like portfolio view on a website or on a GitHub repository, whatever it may be, so that you can point to it and show people like, hey, I built this. This is the thing that I applied my skills that I learned to something actually tangible to show how I did that. Then once you have some of that foundation in place, maybe 1 or 2, 3 examples of those things to demonstrate that, then when you go to these networking type of events, that's where you can have a better conversation, a more meaningful conversation, an impactful conversation with people at those events that will give you a better success rate in that regard, to where you can be like, hey, and like, you got to approach the conversations of like, I'm just trying to talk shop with people. I just want to talk about this thing that I'm super interested in, that I have experience with, I have some skills in, that sort of situation. I just want to talk to people about that. And that will naturally lead to, the more people you talk to, the more reps you get in that regard, the more likely that somebody you talk to is actually looking for somebody with that skill set, or knows people that are looking to hire somebody with that skill set. And that will get you in. That will get you that first opportunity. So if we do a quick summary of everything here, learn the skills through whatever means that it works best for you for learning a new skill. Apply those learnings in a public fashion, some way you can show your work, and then go to events, go to meetups. It doesn't have to be in person necessarily, but I just honestly, things are gonna move faster if you do things in person. in that first regard. But you can do things virtually too. Join a Discord, some Discord communities that are out there, do online meetups and stuff like that that are out there you can do, and be actively chatting in these things and get your name out there. In fact, I think if you do a combination of those things, you can have some success. But if you want to move faster, like, and the reason I bring up the virtual part of it is like not everybody has local meetups accessible to them based on where you are in the world and the region that you're working within. So I don't want to be naive to that. But that doesn't mean that shouldn't stop you, is what I'm getting at. There are other means nowadays with technology that can help you connect with people in the community more. Hell, stream your work. Arth, start streaming it. Stream it on Twitch. Stream it on YouTube. Stream it on all the damn platforms. While you're working on it, start practicing doing that. And actually, the more you practice doing that, the more you'll start training yourself to be able to talk about what you're working on out loud while you're working on it, which is going to make you a better communicator when you go to network and do these things and that sort of stuff. Anywho, I got to catch up on chat and then we got to get going, unfortunately. In terms of, I don't know where things landed. It looked like it finished. I'll have to open up those code spaces and check back up on it later, but we got family stuff going on. We got my mom's here and everything, and we got events going on this weekend with the kids, so I'll keep you all posted in the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, !Discord to join up there. Sorry. I don't know how do you all feel? Like I go into these streams intending to make progress on the app and that type of thing, and I feel like we kind of did because I was leveraging AI, but I like to also, like, when I'm off stream and I'm leveraging AI, I'm also like writing code, tweaking the code, and like I'm actively doing stuff and making progress towards the tasks and the features that we want to add into this thing. And I have every intention to do that going into these streams, but it also leads to me yapping a bit, because I can yap. But you all come with these good questions, and I want to provide value that way too. So I guess what I'm getting at is, my question is, do you all mind that when that happens? Do you care? Do you welcome it? What are your thoughts? Let me know. I'm going to catch up on chat while I'm waiting to hear from you too. I'm way behind on chat. I will play one more because of that. Sean says, I'm happy to just hang, LOL. I appreciate that, Sean. I figured that. ATDP, quote of the day. What is ATDP? Dylan says, oh no, what's going to happen? Our ad schedule is synced. Has it? ATDP, all the damn platforms. Oh yeah, there you go. Make them all. Or stream to them all. Kirk, also surprisingly enjoying Unreal Gold. That's a different conversation, I guess. Frank says, even at your job, communication is key. Make your work visible, and that's very different from being an ego superstar. Be eager to learn. Respect your deadline. Yeah, absolutely, Frank. Good advice. Dylan says, my side hustle is filmmaking. I've seen a lot of filmmakers create commercials for Coca-Cola, Nike, etc., and never expect them to see it, but you're able to demonstrate your proficiency with creating content. Yeah, there you go, man. That's awesome. That's a cool side hustle you got. I didn't know that about you, Dylan. Thanks for sharing that. Dylan says, lots of designers will redesign famous logos and create branding suites for existing brands. Yeah, perfect point in a different industry.
The ad is starting now.
Dylan says, one of my favorite quotes, I don't know where it came from, is luck equals preparation plus opportunity. Yeah. Slugger says, knowing the person will get you the interview, but you do have to be able to back it up. Yeah, true. Dylan says, true, everyone might know you well, but that might not be a good thing if you're not known for hard work, etc. Yeah, I mean, of course, for sure. But I mean, is it often where people are like well known, but they don't have a good work ethic? Is that often the case? I don't know. I think it's possible, yeah, now that I think about it more. Frank says, it is not only network, you need to have good name and reputation. Huggins says, I've been at my company for a long... Oh, I read that already. All right, I think I'm all caught up on that. did you all say anymore? Oh, chat just jumped on me in this damn app. Frank says I welcome it. May says it is great. Okay, good. Technical says vibes are good. All that matters for me. Okay, fair enough. All the things, all the damn platforms. Gotcha. All right, I'm all caught up, chat. All right, I got to get going. We're getting ready to partake in the rest of this weekend's festivities. We got a little bit of preparation to do as well. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for chatting and yapping with me. It was a good conversation. I appreciate that. I think I did the hydrate from earlier, Sean. If I didn't, I'm going to do it again now. I appreciate all the support. Thank you for showing up, being here, whether you lurked, chatted, participated in the conversation, asked questions. They're all welcomed. And it's a great way to support me in a free way. So it means a lot. Thank you. Kathleen and NG, thank you for the follows again today. Everyone that used channel points as well, thank you for that. Rugmat being the Clips leaderboard leader, top clipper. Appreciate that. And I think that's about it. If you're watching over on Twitch and you haven't done so already, drop that follow as well. I've definitely been there where I've enjoyed a stream and forgot to follow at the end of it. So this is your reminder. And if you're over on YouTube, like and subscribe to the channel too. It means a lot, and it's a great free way to support the stream. All right, we're going to go right over, as always, like we've been doing, right over into Dylan's stream so you can keep playing WoS, which is the game we're building this tool for and bot for, right? So many of you know him already. If you're new here, Dylan's a cool dude. He's been helping out, giving feedback on the tool we've been working on, building his own tools to support WoS and make it a better experience for people to play that game. If you don't know what WoS is, it's words on stream. It's a fun game. All right, we're going to head on over there. Of course I know him. He's me. All right, we're going to raid over into Dylan's stream. Have fun. Lurk in there if you can, or play WoS. And I'll catch you all next week. Have a good rest of your words. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. I'll see you next week. I should be, yes. I'm going to be here. Next Friday is the last Friday, September the 26th. All right. I'll be back 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'll see you then. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Stay safe. Think about your wins. Peace out.